Hi guys, took me a second because my streams keep getting cut. Give me one sec. I'm gonna turn the volume down on this stream for a minute so I can talk to you. All right, so I'm gonna mute that. Okay guys, so hopefully they don't take my stream again because I just keep getting shut down and it's really irritating. But I wanted to show you guys as best I could what's happening across the country. I'm really, yes, Jennifer, the girl who was shot, did pass away, and we actually have footage from when she was shot. I'm not putting that up at this time, but we do have it. So one of the things that it's really irritating me right now that I just saw was they're trying to compare what happened today, this movement, and trust me, Antifa was mixed in there. This wasn't all just one set of people. But it really irritated me that I'm hearing them comparing this to what happened this summer. I would like to point something out that the mainstream media has not said anything about at this point in time. This summer, we saw citizens killed, citizens' businesses get burnt down, homes and businesses get looted, and police officers purposely being attacked simply because of their profession. That is what we saw this summer. Today, you saw people who are sick and tired of fraudulent, illegal, terrible behavior by a government and the censorship of our media by both big tech and by the mainstream media moguls. Okay? That's where the problem comes in. What happened today? Nobody's house got burnt. Nobody's buildings got looted. They didn't go after anybody based on their race, gender, color, job, whatever. They didn't go after the police simply because they were police. None of that happened today. Absolutely none of it. Okay? They went to the Capitol building where our representatives were at the time and protested. And they marched on Capitol Hill and they said, "We're done with you." Okay? If there is anything that should be said, was it a scary situation? Did somebody die? Not because they had a weapon or because they threatened somebody. They died because they got shot because they tried going into a part of the building that they weren't supposed to be in. Okay? None of our people tried to shoot anybody else. None of our people tried to hurt anybody that wasn't directly involved with this fraudulent, illegal, biased behavior that our government has been instituting. Why am I not hearing any of that on the mainstream media? You're comparing them to this summer, but this summer I saw people being hated upon simply because of who they were, where they worked, the color of their skin. We saw all kinds of stuff, and that was the left doing that. If you're white, you ain't right kind of bullshit. Burning down people's buildings. Didn't matter what color you are, they'd still burn it and loot it. None of that happened today. None of it. If Black Lives Matter had done during the summer, what they did today, a lot more people probably would be supporting them. But they didn't. They went after mainstream people. We went to the heart of the problem. We went to the government and said, "Fix your shit." And now they're making all of these patriots sound like they're some sort of the kind of terrorist group they should have been calling BLM and Antifa, in my opinion. So I have a huge problem with that. But Melissa, Antifa busted in the back. Hi, Eric. That's awesome. Glad to have you there in Indy. I got a hold of a majority of the people that I knew out in DC, and 90% of them are. I got the news playing in the back. I got so many different things going on right now, trying to watch what's going on. But as far as I know, everybody that I know is out safe and did not imbibe in doing anything that would be considered illegal. So that's good. To be honest, I don't think anything that happened here was illegal today. Even going into a federal building, that's our tax money. Your tax money pays for those federal buildings. And when the government does not act right, it is our constitutional responsibility to let them know we will not tolerate it. And that's exactly what happened today. So I'm gonna now that I've said all that, I'm sure there's some other things that are gonna be said, but for right now, I'm going to big screen what's going on in the rest of the country because this actually has more than just me on it. I will be checking the comments, but I figure you guys probably want to see this more than you want to see my mug. So we're gonna make the screen bigger and I'm gonna turn on the volume so you will hear me in the background, but you're also gonna hear what's being said on these screens as well. So I'm gonna have this up, turning on that volume, making the screen bigger. And there you go, guys. And by all means, please comment because, like I said, I'm still here. Y'all are still going to hear me. You're just going to be able to hear what's going on in some of these streams as well. And I will be answering comments. So here we go. Like I said, let me know what you're thinking, what you're feeling. I am still here, even though you can't see my face. So I will comment back. Hi, Kim. Curfew was supposed to have started at 6, but they're supposed to have been clearing the streets, but I'm looking at DC right now, and I mean, there's still people out, so we'll see. Yeah, Melissa, you're right. It was supposed to be 6. Time zone, 6 p.m. Eastern, Kim. MSM calls this a riot. See, that's what I'm saying, Melissa. This is ridiculous. That was not a riot. A riot is what happened this summer when people's homes and businesses were burned and people were assaulted. That's a riot. What happened today was we, the people, doing what we have a constitutional right to do, and that is going to our elected officials and saying we will not tolerate their bad behavior anymore. We won't tolerate their lying, fraudulent, no care attitude towards what we the people expect them to act like. I don't understand how they don't see the difference. How many turned out? There were millions out there today, Kim. Millions, like easily millions. Who did the shooting? Was it the Capitol Police or was it? It was the Capitol Police, John. It is disgusting. Kim, I have the video of the shooting. I will send it to you now. Kim, I just sent it to you. It's loading right now, so you'll have in just a few minutes. Wuna, what happened from my NMR? Jason, more people didn't fight because most people don't want to die. Granted, they would have eventually got the police, but what were they going to do? Were they going to fight the police and then kill the police? I mean, realistically, a lot of people were probably so shocked when they saw her fall that their first instinct was to back up. Also, you have to understand that was a small space for that gunshot to go off. Just because in the video it sounds suppressed doesn't mean that it was. I mean, you know how loud guns are. In that small space, people's ears probably would have been ringing. They'd have been disoriented. It was just a bad situation. Kim, I think they just shot her because she got too close to a certain door. I think was the problem is they said she was too close to an unauthorized area. Um, but we don't have details yet. I agree, Kim. I agree. They really had no reason. There was no fear for their life, and nobody on our side had any weapons. In my mind, that was not a justified kill, but I doubt, given the situation, that it would be seen that way. Um, so really, at this point, that's probably something that will never be dealt with how we would consider to be appropriate. Elizabeth, the Washington, D.C., the United States Capitol, was taken over by Patriots for a short period of time. There were some injuries and someone was killed. but seems to be winding down now. I agree, Jason. Leftists don't care. And Kim, you're absolutely right. They told them to stand down in St. Louis. And look what happened. You know, so many good people died there. And again, this is why I say it's ridiculous that they are comparing what happened today to what happened this summer. These patriots went to the government building that was responsible for the fraud and derelict behavior of our elected officials. They didn't burn buildings. They didn't hurt homes. They didn't profile anyone based on their race, creed, religion. They went to the problem and demanded a solution. This is nothing, in my opinion, compared to what happened this summer. Absolutely nothing. And as a matter of fact, they didn't hurt anybody. One of our people got killed. No, they have not certified. Congress intends to go back to the Capitol building that we've been told once it's been cleared and deemed safe to return. No, Melissa, it is not legal to be shot in DC over property. But again, like I said, because of this situation, justice will probably never be served, considering what happened. Jason, exactly. When legal options have been exhausted, what do we as the people do? We use our right and our constitutional obligation to go to our government and demand correction. And that's exactly what happened today. There is no comparison today for what happened over the summer. And even now, if people are still out in the streets, they're not in the streets going after people's homes and businesses. They are at the capital of our government demanding answers. That is what we are meant to do. We are meant to demand righteous behavior from elected officials. Simple as that. Melissa, as far as I know, Congress did not leave the Capitol. They are still in the Capitol, but I do not believe that they are in the. I do not believe that they are in the Capitol building at this time. Oh, that's right. They are not in the Capitol building right now because two pipe bombs were found outside of the building. So it is being swept, and they are supposed to go back once the building is deemed clear. Jason, it's because of where the comments are coming from. If you're looking at it on one forum, you're going to see it from the forum that you're watching. And then other people, their comments will come up from whatever they're on. So if you're on Protest the Protesters, you're going to see those comments. If you're on American Conservative Latina, you're going to see those. And if you're on YouTube, you'll see those. So each different forum, you only see the comments associated with that. I see them all, but you guys only see certain ones. Yeah, Pelosi is bringing them back tonight. They said they're going to do a sweep first. I agree, Jason. She didn't need to be shot. Kim, honestly, there probably won't be anything to happen when it comes to this young lady being shot because she was on the right. And it seems like we've had multiple people on the right who have been killed that nothing ever came of it. It's unfortunate, but I really don't. They're going to say that she was part of them storming the Capitol building. She knew the risks. She took the risk. She died for the risk. I put money on it that that's a lot of what we're going to hear. As far as I know, Kim, they have not released her info. I haven't gone looking for it. And nothing that I've seen has released it. Kim, the news said that it was police firing. So, and the video, it appears to be that way as well. Jan, what is live? We got several screens that won't show. So the screen that I'm running right now has multiple lives on it, so I'm not sure which ones you can and can't see because they're all showing to me at the moment. All the screens are live. Some of them are just from the West Coast and some of them are from the East Coast. So like there's one that says Olympia, Washington. It looks light outside because it's light where they are. DC, it just got dark. Colorado, it's just starting to get dark there. Salt Lake City, it's just starting to get dark. So all of them are live. Let me see if I can change which one we're hearing. I don't know if I can. Yeah, I can't change which one we're hearing. Right now, it looks like you're hearing Denver, Colorado. Twitter just banned Trump for 12 hours. Are you kidding me? Huh. Jason, I will send you what I got earlier. I was forwarded some things too. Wow, Melissa. Wow, that is just insane. I can't believe that. A Rhino senator just said, there's a difference of political opinion, but you shouldn't do this. Cheating at an election isn't the difference of political opinion, or maybe it is. The Dems think they should cheat and we don't. Cheesy. Yes, Dan, you are seeing patriots protesting all over the country. This is happening all over. Yeah, Jason, actually, but they're not patriot protests. They're actually, there's lefties that are going to be protesting. They're supposed to be attacking the cops tonight, but unfortunately, there's not a lot that we can do about it because our people are spread out all over the state and all over the country right now. So I hope the cops know what they're getting themselves into. Kimberly, yes. Arizona definitely was. I didn't hear a lot about Georgia. Texas, there was. California was. They had some major activity going on. Um, Nevada, I haven't heard anything about, or Pennsylvania, but I mean, there's lives all over the place. They just keep getting taken down. To be honest, the streams that you're seeing right now are just the most steady. They're the easier ones to keep going. Kenosha is fine. We were actually just up in Kenosha. Kenosha is doing well, Kim. Wisconsin in general, I believe, is too. I haven't heard anything about Michigan. Kenosha is good though. They're fine. Yeah. Jason, the YouTube stream is broadcasting on the right questions. Yes, Jason, I will send it to you. Give me a quick tick. Yeah, you need to start shutting the bathroom because I don't want the dog to go in there and start drinking out of the toilet, please. Yes, Melissa, the certification is resuming. Mm-hmm. Kelly, I'm at home live streaming because I got people in DC right now. But I'll tell you the same thing that I told everybody else. There is no comparison to confronting your government as there is to rioting and looting private businesses, private homes, and causing harm to private bodies. Plain and simple. Hey, Oh, Elizabeth, I'm sure there's patriots getting arrested all over the country right now. Eric, we're happy to do so. We want to make sure people know exactly what is happening across the country. Yeah, Tiffany, it's on YouTube. Oh, speaking of which, yep, I was asked to post the link for the YouTube. Hold on, gotta do that. Ah, that's all. Oh, guys, I see why you can't see it on YouTube. It's not gonna uh that the one, the nighttime and the revolution continues. That's not the same one. It's not the right one. Because I don't have over 1,000 viewers, it won't show this video until after I shut it down. And then it'll show it. But yeah, because I don't have enough viewers on YouTube, it won't show it live, unfortunately. That's a tragedy. Alice. Alice. Go lay down. Juno, move your ass. Get. Front door. Lauren, come here. Sorry if you guys heard my dogs going off. They're kind of assholes. Grab a plate. One.
What are they?
All kinds of things.
Like, what are they?
All kinds of things.
What do you mean? Onion rings. I don't like onion rings.
Drop it.
What's this?
Popper. Yeah, that's exactly what it looks like, Ian. I was answering someone on my live stream. I think you might be right, Dan. Oh God, nope, I can't do it, guys. I'm sorry, I can't listen to her garbage. I'm muting it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't listen to the woke left like that. It's just too much for me. As a brown person, I can assure you we are not more marginalized since Trump's been in office. That's just ridiculous. Ew. Can't even do it. Mm-mm. Actually, just because I want to hear how badly Fox News is trying to piss in everybody's Cheerios, why don't we turn Tucker on in the background and see what kind of nonsense Fox has to say about all this?
We don't know anything about her, but she did not look particularly radical. She bore no resemblance to the angry children we have seen again and again wrecking our cities. See entitled nihilists dressed in black setting fires, spray painting slogans on statues. She didn't look like that. The one in the Capitol hallway looked pretty much like everyone else. So why was she there on a Wednesday? Why were any of them there today? We ought to think about that. If you want to fix it, you have to think about that. The only reason this country is rich and successful is because for hundreds of years we've enjoyed a stable political system. And the only reason that system is stable is because it's a democracy. It responds to voting. Democracy is our pressure relief valve. As long as people sincerely believe they can change things by voting, they stay calm. They don't storm the Bastille. They don't burst into the House chamber. They talk and they organize and they vote. But the opposite is also true. If people begin to believe that their democracy is fraudulent, if they conclude that voting is a charade, the system is rigged, and it's run in secret by a small group of powerful, dishonest people who are acting in their own interests, then God knows what could happen. Actually, we do know what could happen. It's happening right now. It's happened in countless other countries over countless centuries. And the cycle is always the same because human nature never changes. Listen to us, screams the population. Shut up and do what you're told, reply their leaders. In the face of dissent, the first instinct of illegitimate leadership is to crack down on the population. But crackdowns never make it better. Instead, they always make the country more volatile and more dangerous. The people in charge really understand that. They don't want to. They don't care to learn or listen because all of this conversation is a referendum on them and their leadership. So they clamp down harder. Obey, I tell you, obey. This is the Romanov program. It ends badly every single time. But that doesn't mean they won't try it again. Of course they will, because it's their nature. It's how we got here in the first place. Millions of Americans sincerely believe the last election was fake. You can dismiss them as crazy. You can call them conspiracy theorists. You can kick them off Twitter. But that won't change their minds. Rather than trying to change their minds, to convince them and reassure them that the system is real, that democracy works, as you would do if you cared about the country or the people who live here, our new leaders will try to silence them. What happened today will be used by the people taking power to justify stripping you of the rights you were born with as an American. Your right to speak without being censored, your right to assemble, to not be spied upon, to make a living, to defend your family, most critically. These are the most basic and ancient freedoms that we have. They're why we live here in the first place. They're why we're proud to be Americans. They're what make us different. And they're all now in peril.
Yeah.
When thousands of your countrymen storm the Capitol building, you don't have to like it. We don't. You can be horrified by the violence. And as we said, and we'll say it again, we are horrified. It's wrong. But if you don't bother to pause and learn a single thing from it, from your citizens storming your Capitol building, then you're a fool. You lack wisdom and you lack self-awareness. You have no place running a country. We've got to this sad, chaotic day for a reason. It is not your fault. It is their fault. Fox News, look, the Senate Majority Leader is speaking right now on the floor of the Senate. The Vice President just opened everything up. We're going to listen now.
Honoring the will of the American people and counting the Electoral College votes. We've fulfilled this solemn duty every 4 years for more than 2 centuries. whether our nation's been at war or at peace, under all manner of threats, even during an ongoing armed rebellion and the Civil War, the clockwork of our democracy has carried on. The United States and the United States Congress have faced down much greater threats than the unhinged crowd we saw today. We've never been deterred before and will be not deterred today. They tried to disrupt our democracy. They failed. They failed. They failed to attempt to obstruct the Congress.
Oh, I'm saying,
This failed
Jason, he's
insurrection
such a
only
fucking
underscores
terrible
how
rhino.
crucial the task before us is for our republic. Our nation was founded precisely so that the free choice of the American people is what shapes our self-government and determines the destiny of our nation. Not fear, not force, but the peaceful expression of the popular will. Now, we assembled this afternoon to count our citizens' votes and to formalize their choice of the next president. Now we're going to finish exactly what we started. We'll complete the process the right way, by the book. We'll follow our precedents, our laws, and our Constitution.
Thank you, Ian. I appreciate it. Lord knows we're going to need the prayers.
And we will certify the winner of the 2020 presidential election. Criminal behavior will never dominate the United States Congress. This institution is resilient. Our democratic republic is strong. The American people deserve nothing less.
Kim, we all need to do something because I'm telling you. This
Democratic
is
leader.
Want to go now, that of course
Nonsense.
was the Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell of Kentucky. We're going now to Wisconsin Congressman Mike Gallagher here with his view of what happened today on Capitol Hill. Congressman, thanks so much for joining us. So many things going on, coming from so many different directions. I'd be interested, since you serve in that building, on your overview of this. What happened?
Well, it was pretty chaotic and got out of control pretty quickly. You started hearing flashbangs, which presumably was the Capitol Police trying to get the protesters to back off. Things continued to escalate. The protesters got more violent, and somehow they breached the security perimeter, which had actually happened in an office building earlier that day, which had to be evacuated. And then all of a sudden, the protesters were in the Statuary Hall. They were breaking the windows to get into the House floor, and Vice President Pence had to be evacuated by Secret Service. And then, of course, as you led with at the beginning of your program, someone was tragically shot and killed. So it was a very chaotic situation. It's something you would have never expected to see in the United States Capitol. And I think the challenge before us, I think you rightly lay it out, Tucker, which is we have to be very sensitive to the sincere concerns of millions of Americans about voter processes, last second changes to voter processes in the midst of a pandemic, while also preventing further political violence like this. It's a difficult thing to do. I think, I've opposed the objection just for constitutional reasons, but I think some of the practical mistakes made was this idea that we could somehow have, over the course of 2 hours of debate in Congress, meaningfully elucidate what happened in the 2020 election without giving people false hope that somehow the election results might change on January 6th, or that Vice President Pence might change those results, which is, of course, not true. Even the objectors behind closed doors were saying that that would never happen. And that's just, I think, a little bit too much of a cynical game to play with the American people who do have serious concerns about election irregularities.
Well, yeah, but the more basic concern is this, and I felt it myself just watching the Senate Majority Leader speaking there. This is someone who just doesn't understand the frustration that people feel and isn't that interested in learning about it at all. I mean, the woman who was killed, we're just getting news reports, apparently was a married 14-year military veteran. So a lot of people are not dispossessed. They're not some, creepy androgynous blogger who shows up to burn things down. They're like kind of solid Americans, and they're deeply frustrated. And I wonder if people in Washington, where I spent most of my life, really understand and empathize with their frustration. Sincere question.
Well, I think anyone who's telling you that business as usual in DC is going to get the job done and somehow these people are going to move on is lying to you. I think what we're witnessing here is not just a specific frustration about the election, but a culmination of a loss of faith in the basic institutions of our country, foremost among them Congress, an institution which I work that has an 11% approval rating, but the media as well. I think the media has self-immolated over the last 4 years. And what I've confronted over the last 2 months, as I've tried to dispassionately examine the claims of election fraud, is a lot of people I represent don't know what's true and what isn't. They don't trust legacy media sources. They're glomming on the things they read on Twitter. And so we don't have a foundation that we share for analysis. And so I do think it would be a mistake to dismiss the concerns. I've racked my brain as to what the most responsible outcome is. And the only thing I've been able to come up with, and you can tell me if you think this is stupid, is that every state is going to have to do a version of what Florida did post-2000. Take a look at their voting processes. It should be the top priority for the state legislature in my home state of Wisconsin and every other where we've seen irregularities, and say this is what worked, this is what didn't. The fundamental original sin of our election system is that we've turned election day into election week, into election month. But that can happen as a separate process while we still support a peaceful transition of power, because I just can't look my constituents in the face and somehow tell them that Donald Trump's going to be president on January 21st.
Well, you can't lie to people.
And no action of Congress is going to make that so.
Look,
Hey guys, I just got
but you have
I just got a video from somebody.
I hear you.
And
I
they're
do think
saying
one
if
of
they're
the
in
reasons that
DC,
so many
you need to
Americans,
stay there
even
because
on
this is
that
not
level,
over.
are so emotionally attached.
I'm
to the
sending
president,
it.
Whatever his fault is, that he does say "I hear you," and no one else does. And that's the one thing that he says that they believe, I guess. And I just think it's worth learning from that. I don't know why am I giving you this lecture, because I feel it and I'm upset about it. Congressman, I appreciate it, and pardon my rambling.
Thank you, sir.
Drew Hernandez is an investigative reporter for Tatum Report. He was already in the Capitol building as all of this began. He's got some exclusive video for us. Drew, it's good to see you tonight. What'd you see?
Yeah, Tucker, it was pretty peaceful today near the Washington Monument. But as the march continued to the nation's capital here in D.C., things got a little crazy. I think you could see from the footage, demonstrators, some Trump supporters. Rumor is that even possibly Antifa insurrectionists possibly could have infiltrated some of these movements and maybe instigated some of this. It doesn't excuse some of the behavior, but I think it's pretty simple, pretty clear. People are frustrated. They stormed the Capitol. They did vandalize. They did go through the doors. They pushed down gates. They wanted their voices to be heard. But to go to your point, listening to you guys talking,
I'm gonna put it up in the
elected
comments
officials,
right now,
the least they
Jason.
could have
Just give me a
done,
minute.
Tucker, was at
I'm
least
sending it
conduct
out.
some kind of investigation for the American people. 74 million Americans that believe that this election is fraudulent. The least they could have done was prove that it was accurate. I mean, why can't they give them closure? We had 4 years of the Russian hoax, of election meddling from Donald Trump conspiring with Russia in order to win 2016, and the left had closure. It was proven that that was false. So why can't the right have closure? Why can't conservatives? Why can't Trump supporters have closure? I think our elected officials have a responsibility to at least show the American people what actually happened. And it doesn't help, Tucker, when you have big tech giants like Facebook and Twitter censoring every single thing that comes out that had to do with the 2020 election. It doesn't give people closure. It makes people even more conspiratorial. And it doesn't give people the peace that they need to know that what happened with their electoral process was accurate. And right now, I think we're seeing the downfall of our elected officials not providing that to the American people.
Well, I agree with that. I just want to be clear. I feel like we're above vandalism. People I love and know and agree with, I would just never be for breaking things, ever, under any circumstances. On the other hand, there's a reason that this is happening. And it's happening, as you just said, because the people with all the power have decided to clamp down so harshly on the population that, things explode at a certain point. And they're gonna double down on it. Drew, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
We should note that lawmakers have reconvened on Capitol Hill after the chaos there. The reports of multiple explosive devices found around Washington today. Hard to believe it's real, but it is real. Our reporter Rich Edson is following this story for us. He joins us now. Hey, Rich.
Hey, good evening, Tucker. And what law enforcement officials are telling us that they found at the very least 3 devices around the Capitol area that appeared to be pipe bombs. There were these black pipes and had wires coming out of them. It's something that the officers investigated, bomb squads were called in. Also, it was easy to get lost around here because this was around the time you had tens of thousands of people flooding behind me onto the Capitol complex, many of whom who breached into the Capitol building, the mob scene going on in there. Meanwhile, outside, you have this bomb squad response. The New York Times is reporting that there was a pipe bomb that was destroyed at the Republican headquarters. Now, the RNC is just right around the Capitol complex, close to the House office building where much of this was ongoing. RNC was evacuated. That device was destroyed. Also, the Times is reporting that the DNC, the Democratic National Committee, which is also nearby, there was a similar mysterious device found, but there was no confirmation about yet specifically what that was. So while we had this scene ongoing here, there was a pipe bomb incident. You do have law enforcement who have been warning about potential incidents ongoing throughout the Capitol for days, if not weeks now. And so that just another element to what we saw here today. Tucker.
Rich Edson for us. Good to see you. Thank you. Twitter's just announced it's suspending the account of the President of the United States until he deletes 2 of his tweets today. One of those was a video message telling everyone at the Capitol to go home. In that message, the president also said he won the November election. In the other tweet, the president said he had won a, quote, sacred landslide election victory. In response to those tweets, Twitter said that the president's suspension won't be lifted until 12 hours after he deletes both of them. Twitter added this, quote, future violations of the Twitter rules, including our civic integrity or violent threats policies, result in permanent suspension of the real Donald Trump account. And of course, that will probably happen. So the president being silenced, whatever you think of that or of him, what does that mean for you exactly? Buck Sexton has thought a lot about this, and we're happy to have him on tonight. Buck, it's great to see you. There's so much chaos right now, as noted, coming from so many different directions that I think the thing we need most of all is clarity. Where is this going, do you believe?
Well, there were a lot of people today gathered in D.C. for all the right reasons and doing this the right way. I spoke to many of them myself, people that are frustrated, by the way, not just about this election, which is obviously huge, and the questions they have, the allegations, of course, about fraud, but also the lockdowns and the suppression and the sense that there is a kind of purge of ideas that's ongoing and only going to get worse. So those were the overwhelmingly peaceful and law-abiding folks who were in D.C. It's also important, however, for us now to make sure that we see that those who broke the law, those who crossed that line, are held to account. And unlike the left, and I know there's a huge double standard here. I know we could play clips of CNN and MSNBC talking about the mostly peaceful protests of BLM and all this stuff. We don't allow this stuff. This is not on the right. We're better than this. And it's upon us, I think.
That is an accurate description of Buck Sexton.
Democrats, of course, will exploit this for political reasons. It's on us to make it very clear why we have principles that we don't violate, even in these extreme times.
That's for sure. The idea that people would smash windows in the Capitol building, are you kidding? We spent our entire life on this show going after the people in charge, and they absolutely deserve it. But no, you're not allowed to break windows or encourage people to break windows. By the way, all of this is going to be used as a pretext to make the lives of the people watching this show much worse. And everybody knows that. The people who would like to clamp down on the Bill of Rights are thrilled tonight. And let's just say that out loud. No? Am I imagining this? I'm so paranoid.
Absolutely, no. This will be exploited, and it will never be put in the context of this was in the hundreds, perhaps 1,000 people involved in the illegal behaviors, with the hundreds of thousands of people who were there for very understandable reasons that I agree with. I have friends who are protesting peacefully and lawfully today. But let's understand this. It's also self-defeating. And for those out there, I know there are a lot of Trump supporters who are saying, well, this is what happens when. Let me just say, that this is going to be used to our detriment, to the movement's detriment. This is going to be used by all the people who for 4 years have been talking about Trump and Russia and the coup and using the 25th Amendment. They'll say, see, it got right up to the precipice. Now, I know we can also argue about how they're exaggerating or they make it seem like a bigger deal. Why give them that opening at this point when it looks like they're about to have unified control of the executive branch and of Congress? Tucker, it was wrong, but it was also a blunder today, and we need to be clear about that.
It's not about Trump or any other politician. It's about the rest of us. 300 million people. We have a right to say what we think. Drop it! And our family. Period. We're one of those rights, and if they try to take those rights away, then I think it's really worth resisting. Buck Sexton, it's great to see you. Thank you.
Thanks, Tucker.
Senator Marco Rubio represents the state of Florida, now the most popular state in the country. He joins us tonight after having watched all of this. Again, to you, Senator, by the way, thank you for coming.
Well, thanks for having me. Terrible.
What do you make of
It's one of the, well, I think it's one of the saddest days in our modern history, probably in our history. I think it I think they're high-fiving in Beijing, and the Chinese look at this and
Sorry if you guys heard my dogs.
Kind of sure claim that we're falling apart in
each other over
country of the future. I think it's inexcusable, completely 100% inexcusable. I don't care what the motivations are. And then obviously, people are going to get arrested. We're going to learn more about who was there, what this was all about. I think it'll be interesting to see sort of the mix of people that were there and so forth. I think it's been tragic. And I want to say something. I want to thank the Capitol Police officers. We know a lot of these people personally. We walk by them every single day who had to go out there and do this. And we're really undermanned for, overwhelmed by this at one point in time. But and so none of it is an excuse. Now, I do think that one of the challenges we have is we have a serious crisis of confidence in this country. There is now literally no individual or institution in this country that can speak definitively about anything. And that's not an excuse for any of this, but it explains some of the things that create an environment that lead to this all across the board. And the media is shocked, that they have zero credibility. They're viewed largely as biased. Then you have the censoring of news stories before an election by the social media companies. And then you have these questions that in normal times people would look at and be able to work through, but in that environment of lack of confidence really sparks up. And I think those things need to be answered because democracy doesn't just depend on having elections. It depends on people's confidence in those elections and their willingness to abide by those results. They're interrelated. I don't know why the Senate can't do Watergate-style hearings. We could take testimony, subpoena records. It wouldn't change the outcome of this race, but it would give people the clarity of the answer. And by the way, the changes that we need to make. When I was in Florida in the legislature, I served on a task force after 2000 and made a bunch of changes to the mechanics of our elections.
So these are sure for the state.
Yeah.
So say you're talking about certified by 9 o'clock.
I know they're staying till at least tomorrow.
And it would take us, 12 hours? 10? Something like that, right?
Yeah, it would take us about 12. No, we ain't going. James would have my ass. That's like a 12-hour drive. A, I can't miss work, and B, James would skin me with everything that's going on here. Nope. It's his turn. I'm going on the 20th.
All right. I wonder what that short you do. Oh, okay. All right.
What?
She's like half Mexican, Mexican Chinese, so I don't know what the fuck that was.
You were distracted. You were fucking goosenecking over a half Mexican, half Chinese broad. You're funny.
They were recording a music video back then.
Oh, cute.
Right. I'm like, whoa, okay, I need to tone up and put on some fucking high heels apparently. It's a long day here. Shit, I'm gonna go look. This is pretty down here. I've actually never walked through this little park by the Trump Tower. The cops are making me walk all the way back around because they closed the fucking thing off, And then I lied.
Too funny.
I drove up forward to the Trump Tower, and so then I pulled us on the side of the road and I got out. I started yelling at behind that guy. No, you're gonna walk all the way around. I was like, all right. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
don't just your reaction to stuff that we like for our newspaper.
I never really had any reactions on it because I mean, there's nothing I can do about it.
Right, or just your thoughts after this, what was going through your mind when you were seeing all that?
It's real. It's definitely real because I never expected to see anything like that in my lifetime. So.
But if you were to say that for our newspaper, we'd really appreciate it.
Oh.
I won't take more than like two or 3 minutes. And yeah, it'll be a conversation where
Should I?
Who's it? What news channel is it for?
We're with Telemundo.
Telemundo?
What's his name?
Telemundo?
No, what is his name?
What is your name?
Raul.
Ask him if he was at the Columbus statue.
You're at the Columbus statue? No.
Okay, it's not the same one then. It's up to you then. I don't know that one.
Okay, yeah. Okay, give me just a second, I'll play back.
All right, be careful. Okay, I just got that going on. So that was M. She was rubbernecking girls doing music videos, and now she's doing a report with Telemundo, so that's interesting. All right, back to Tucker.
And I think we could do that for the country.
I wondered all day what Republicans in the Senate made of this. So people came to your place of work, and I'm not attacking you personally. I am really despised by an awful lot of people. Every once in a while, I think to myself, they have good reason to despise me. Maybe I can communicate differently. I mean, it should evoke some soul searching in the person who's despised a little bit. And I wonder if Republican senators are thinking to themselves, like, I hate the vandalism, I hate the violence, I hate all this crap. On the other hand, a lot of my voters really hate me. Maybe I should change the way I behave. Do you think anyone's thinking that?
Well, I certainly think there's two things that have to happen. First, we have to firmly say that this stuff's not acceptable. It just can't happen. I mean, we look like the third world. I mean, honestly, we look like the third. I mean, this is stuff that you see in another country. We've got tin pot dictators out there lecturing us and mocking us, in their Twitter feeds and online. So that stuff can't happen. The second thing I would make is at some point, everyone's got to step back here and realize that this has been brewing and building for a while, and it's all across the board. And there are real factors out there that are contributing not just to an erosion of confidence and trust in America, but some of the right. You made a point, and I caught the tail end of it, and it's actually right. There is no such thing as a country in which half of us are very happy and the other half is very unhappy. It can't work. None of us is going anywhere. So we're gonna have to figure out a way to coexist. And that's always been the challenge in America, a country that covers this vast continent, so diverse, and that's what our system is about, and that's what law and order is about, is allowing us to have those disputes without violence, but through passionate debate.
So yeah, they did an interview with me, and now there's like 20-some bike cops up here, and across the way, it looks like those 4 that I was taking pictures of are now with the Yeller. So I think now that I'm thinking about it, that Yeller, it was all to pull me out of here. Because that Yeller got me to come out of the car, walk across the bridge, and then all those other 4s start popping out. You know what I mean? And they're completely in all black. One of them has a fucking helmet hanging off the back. So they were right about that.
Told you.
And tell me the news is out here too. What's the news trying to catch? Telemundo's out here, ABC's out here, CBS is out here, Chicago Tribune's out here.
Because they tag them. Because the left, if they think that something good's gonna go on, they send them press releases, just like we do when we have rallies.
Oh. Okay.
That's why, like this one, they probably didn't figure was as big, and that's probably why it was a different reporter than the one that I know from Telemundo that comes out for the bigger rallies.
Yeah. It's pretty down here though. Like I've never actually walked down through all this like this, and it's fucking beautiful. Thank you guys. Thank you. Yeah, they still have Christmas lights on some of the buildings. Like, dude, this one thing is like all fucking glass. The bottom of the Trump Tower is all glass.
Wow.
No wonder they're protecting this thing. Oh, look it. I see some Antifa at the bottom. Come on. Go down there. Well, there's one, two, and one going up the stairs. Where'd you go?
Well, dude, don't be fucking trolling around playing tiptoe through the terrorists by yourself because you don't know how many are where.
I know. I'm trying to stay like observant. That's why I cut my live quickly and all that stuff. And I'm the only one out there, so I have to keep my head on the swivel and not be focused on my lives.
Yeah, definitely. Fuck Antifa. I hear you little bastards out there. Fuck you. Ooh, I forgot. I'm on a live. People can still hear me. I apologize for my bad language, people. Sorry.
I love how you're talking to me on the phone because I'm watching Antifa and
They know they can hear me. Somebody's out there saying fuck Antifa. I thought I heard it.
You say fuck Trump.
Oh.
I yell fuck Antifa and Trump 2020.
Oh.
And I'm walking with my hood open. My hoodie. It says fuck Antifa red on it.
Fuck those little bastards.
What they really want to do? What the fuck are they really planning?
They're probably just gonna break some shit and run because that's all they ever do. Little pussies.
That's crazy though. That lady that got killed. Did you see what her name was? Ashley Babbitt. Oh wait, the woman who was shot and killed inside the U.S. Capitol during the protest has spoken with her husband. The woman is Ashley Babbitt, a 41-year-old veteran.
Yeah, I saw them say she was a veteran, but that's all I knew.
US and was a high-level security.
See, that just makes you wonder, like, how are they denying it? Like, somebody like that doesn't just come unhinged and decide they're going to storm the Capitol building for no reason. Like, that's somebody who had to have made a seriously, definitive decision that they were willing to risk their life for something that they believed in. I mean, that's what are our officials not getting about that? You know how this could have been all avoided? You know how it could have been avoided? You had bipartisan people audit the fucking election in the states that people were suspect over and called it a fucking day. And then whoever won at that point, we would have accepted. But they purposely avoided and chose not to do those things and then said, oh, we did an audit. Yeah, you guys did half-ass audits using people that were not considered to be unbiased and then cut corners on it to the point where even judges had to come in and tell you were doing it wrong. That's a fucking problem. Excuse my language again, people. I'm so sorry. But hey, if you're listening, I'm on a call with M right now, and she said the lady who was shot in the Capitol, her name was Ashley Babbitt. She was a 14-year veteran.
Yeah, you got it right. A 14-year veteran of the U.S. Air Force.
Of the U.S. Air Force, and she was of a right mind. Like, she dealt with classified information. Like, she was not, it's not like she was one of those veterans who had, had mental instability issues. Like, she had a very stable life and made a sound, educated decision that she was going to stand up for what she believed in. Okay, so, and that's what I was just telling Em, that if you guys can hear me, this movement was not done by people who were not of sound and solid mind making decisions that they thought were right. They absolutely were. These people, these patriots who decided they wanted to do this knew what they were doing. Flat out. Now shit. Hey, my dad's calling me. Let me call you back. All right, bye. Sorry, guys. This is what happens. I get people call me all the time. Hey, Dad.
Hey, what's up?
Nothing. I got a live running and I had Tucker Carlson going in the background. Hey, M just told me that lady's name, the one that I sent you the video of, that when she got shot. Her name was Ashley Babbitt. She was a 14-year Air Force veteran, and she handled classified information. Like, this is a woman who was of sound mind. She knew what she was doing while she was there, Dad.
Wow, you think she was a target?
Maybe, but okay. So, and guys, listen, because I was actually going to talk to you about this too. So, I think I mentioned this to you earlier, but people kept saying, talking about how Trump how he said no to having the National Guard come in at first, and said that they were still making the decision. But it wasn't until after they all got in and they got the information out of Nancy Pelosi's office, confirmed they had it, and also got stuff out of. Hold on, I gotta. Get out. Get. Yes, Kim, the lady, her name was Ashley Babbitt, was a 14-year veteran. What I was trying to say before I was rudely interrupted by animals who don't know how to act right. What I was saying was, I find it interesting that when they originally asked Trump if he would call in the National Guard, he said no, or that they were thinking about it. And then after that, it wasn't until after they got the information from Nancy Pelosi's office, and there's talk that they got information from other sources as well, but that hasn't been confirmed yet. It wasn't until after all of that had happened and they confirmed that they got stuff from Nancy Pelosi that Trump said, all right, now we can send in the National Guard. I find it interesting, and I would really like to know, and I hope that I don't get my live cut, because this is the last time I said this. They tried to cut my live. I don't care how they got the information. If they got it from the Capitol building being stormed, then so be it. But if there is any information that got pulled out of that Capitol building that shows proof of fraud, proof of derelict behavior on the behalf of an elected official, if anything ugly comes out of there, I don't care how they got it. Whoever those officials are that did it need to be prosecuted. Plain and simple. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. They should be prosecuted.
Go ahead.
Hey, Dad. Sorry about that. The dogs were fighting over a bone. I had to go in there and yell at them and take the bone away.
Your mama and the baby?
No, I have a dog that I'm fostering right now, and she is a Bloodhound Rottweiler mix. And Juno she's a brat. So they were in.
She's a dominant one, that's why.
Yeah, I mean, she hasn't hurt her or nothing, but they sound like souls in torment, freaking barking and yapping at each other over a stupid bone. But they're fine now. Juno's just back behind my chair, laying down.
Where did you get that dog from?
I fostered her. This girl that I knew when I was in high school. Well, she was a few years older than me. She graduated before me, but she was killed in a car accident. And she had like 4 dogs, and all of them found a home except this one. So I'm just trying to help find a home so she doesn't go to the pound.
Well,
Yeah.
Well, who's supposed to find it a home? It's not gonna ever find a home.
No, she's gonna find a home. I can't deal with 3 big dogs like this. Like I got my 2 big dogs. I can't.
Who's gonna find her a home?
I am. I'm gonna find her a home.
Yeah, whatever. Anyway, now what are we talking about now?
Oh, I said I find I was saying I find it funny that it wasn't until they got all of the information that they wanted out of the Capitol building that Trump finally said, "Okay, I'm gonna let the National Guard come in now."
Do you think they got info? Because they're not acting like it.
I think they did. I think they got plenty out of there. I just don't think they're talking about it right now. But it'll all
They
come
would
out.
have made it out of there because they got a picture of the guy on the fucking shit with his feet up. On her chair. They got that picture. They know who he is. And then there was another guy walking around through the house with a rebel flag. They want to know who I think they're gonna know who he is too. And they got cameras. They know who's in there. Thing is, I mean, if there's something missing or whatever, they're gonna know who he's got. They got him under surveillance. That guy. I mean, they're gonna find their shit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Well, whoever got her information out, somebody wants them to have it. If they didn't want them to have that information, they wouldn't have even made it out of the Capitol building. So, I'm interested to see what we all end up hearing from that.
Who's to say he's got anything?
Off of her computer? Oh yeah, I'm sure they'll find something. It's not.
Who's to say they got the computer?
They did. It was confirmed they got it out.
Well, I don't know who's confirmed by. Somebody just said that. You know.
No,
they would be talking about it.
They did. They confirmed it. They got it on the stream. Like there's actual video footage. They got it, and that's not And actually, they were even saying it on mainstream TV that they got some of her stuff.
They're talking. All of them fucking people turn their back on Trump already.
Oh, of course, because nobody wants to
be a part of that. Saying
yeah. Well, because if it turns out bad, then they gotta eat it. That's everybody wants all the glory with none of the risk, and that's why they're weak fools, and they'll never have either.
Well, now since they got the house and they got everything, the whole fucking thing, they want to kiss ass to be buddy just to get their agendas passed or whatever. Now they ain't gonna get shit. Nancy's gonna make them fucking miserable. Whoever turns against like the wicked witch. How the fuck did that old bitch fucking want to get? How could they let her get in there?
Oh, that was Bob paid for. You will never convince me she didn't pay to get that Speaker of the House seat back. Never convince me.
Like Swalwell and all them fucking people. Even that dude, other guys, the one who just won the, what do you call it? Oswald. He's fucking siding with the Chinese people.
All of them are. Everyone.
And they're still there with their fucking jobs. And with total immunity. No fucking, no repercussions of nothing or nothing. This and no. They're shining and they're laughing. They're fucking all laughing because they're like stupid ass Republicans. Look, they just made our job a lot easier. I turn more than they think they turn more. With the Trump people, they're not gonna turn on them. They're not gonna fucking.
No.
They're still gonna be fucking. Because all shit aside, they still ripped them off, and they still. They never gave him a fucking chance to be a fucking president. They went out of their fucking way. Now people are just gonna make their lives miserable.
Mm-hmm.
What do they got to lose now? You know what I mean? They're gonna run this shit like a communist fucking country.
Yeah.
And nobody, unless he's gonna have to get his own fucking Twitter feed, because they already banned him on Twitter.
Yeah, I saw that.
So that's what they're gonna do. They were waiting for this, and now they can do it without him saying shit because they didn't pass it. They didn't cancel the 230. They didn't pass the 230 fucking bill. So they're gonna fucking be able to say cut off whoever they want and do whatever they want, unless he starts his own news network. That's what he's gonna have to do. You know that, right?
Something like that.
He's gonna have to. How else is he gonna get hurt?
Hey, what's it called? Is up for sale. You should just buy that.
What? Times, the New York Times? Or
no, the one I can't stand it. No, it's the one that Lemon Cake is on.
The what?
The one that Lemon Cake is on. Don Lemon.
Oh, CNN.
Yeah, CNN.
That would be a fucking trip, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And that station is on almost in every fucking country, every airport around the world.
Yep.
Yeah. For a reason, just so they can fucking down. That's why they trash Shakib 24/7 because people will watch it.
Mm-hmm.
I can just imagine what they're saying. Tucker and all of them are saying. I have to watch it tonight when I get home. I just dropped off my load in San Antonio. It sucks. I mean, I guess I'm 4 hours after I deliver my load. I'm fucking 4 hours from the house. I'm gonna drive another fucking 4 hours. My delivery point was at 8 o'clock, so I guess I got lucky. Because I got into the door at 4 o'clock. I told him, man, no, my appointment was supposed to be yesterday, but the broker lied to me, So they let me get a door to unload me.
Well, that's good.
At 6 o'clock, I was out of the gate.
Now you said San Antonio. So you said you were 4 hours from home?
Yeah, I'm 2 hours now.
2 hours. That's not bad. You'll be home tonight then.
200 miles. It's just kind of, when you're done, I just drove 3,000 miles, and then I got to drive another fucking 200 miles to get home. And then I got to load up tomorrow morning, and then I'll drop truck off at the yard. The tractor was supposed to, going towards Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
I got to load up right at the border. I got to go before you go to Mexico with the blinking light, right when you get literally into Mexico, the last left is it's where the trucks from Mexico come through. There's 2 warehouses back there, refrigeration warehouses, and we load the cucumber there. They come through from Mexico, pull into the warehouse, unload on 1 door, 2 doors, and then I go park on the other door, then they'll load me out that door. And then I'll take the truck back to the yard and leave it there, and I'll leave on Saturday. North Carolina. Same thing. That's why he sent me back. He said he had a lot of work that he needs going. That there's all of his trucks running that way. So.
Did you see? Are there a lot more people around the border? Have you guys heard anything about it? They said there was big groups of them that were coming up on the border. Well, it's not real close to where you are though. It's not close to the house because you guys have the.
It's probably either near McAllen at that border, which is in McAllen, about 20 miles upstream. And they won't come over here because the cartel won't let them. Because they got a lot of Winter Texas and shit that go shopping over there.
Oh yeah, they don't want to mess up their business.
That's their shops, you know what I mean?
Right.
they own the stores and shit, the stores and
Yeah.
the pharmacies and shit. So they don't like for them to go over there. They sit on something else up. And then they gotta pay the police and all the people over there to get across. Well, you got a few people that have tried crossing over here, but it's a lot harder over here. And by Laredo, you see a lot of them over there, and then further up, more by the ranches, shit, you see them come across.
Mm.
But I haven't heard nothing. They were waiting for Biden to get in, so maybe they're getting, and they're just gonna make it worse,
Yeah.
The fucking voting that they fucking all of the shit they let, they let them do. With the fucking illegals, they didn't let, all that shit. They didn't give Trump a chance. And this is why the shit happened, because of them. But yet they want to blame Trump. We're mad. We're mad. The American people are mad. We know they ripped us off, but they wouldn't even give us a chance.
Right.
They don't give a shit about us. They give a shit about their own fucking their own interests. They don't care about us and our jobs. Shit. But anyway, thank God I'm a trucker. And anyway.
Yeah.
Right,
You'll always have work.
What?
I said, yeah, you'll always have work. They'll always have something for you to do.
Yeah, gotta have food, the produce, yeah. So anyway, baby, I'm gonna get on this road. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
All right, Dad. I'll talk to you later. Love you.
Bye. Love you.
Bye. Well, you guys just got to hear a typical conversation with my dad. He lives in Texas, so he sees kind of a lot of what happens along the border. All right, I'm sending M an invite now to get on the live stream with us. If I can get my blessed thing to work. Are you serious? All right, let's see what we got going on the Twitch until M comes on. DC is losing their mind, y'all. Hey, you muted yourself. You gotta unmute yourself.
Yeah, I can kind of hear, but it's cutting out.
There we go. Cool. Okay. Hold on. Let me go shut the volume off on this.
Hold on.
All right, guys. M's on with us. Give me a second. I'm gonna split the screen. There we go. All right. Cool.
Being stupid. All right, let me try to leave again and come back, okay?
Oh, okay. We can hear you.
Okay. Hey, Brandon, let me call you back, bro.
And see you.
Hold on. Maybe that'll help. Did that help?
We can see you and hear you. Yeah. I feel bad because they can see me now. Oof. I'm rough.
I can't hear.
Go out and come back in then. Your prime minister called our president to tell him he was wrong for supporting what he knows the people already have an issue with. Bad prime minister. Should not do that. Oh, no, that's not what I want.
The Associated.
Well. All right, guys. Well, until M comes back, I'm going to make the screen bigger so y'all don't have to see my mug anymore. And I'm going to turn the volume back up so that we can hear what's going on the stream. Guys, you know, is the president still supposed to be coming on soon? Hey guys, we got Jimmy on here for a second.
You know what? I'm scared. To be honest with you, I'm scared.
How you doing, Jimmy?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm scared. That's what I am. I'm scared.
Hold on a sec. Let me turn the live stream down.
I'm honestly afraid at this point.
Why are you afraid?
I don't know what's about to happen next.
Well, none of us really do, but all we can do is the best we can do, kiddo, you know? So guys, for you who don't know, this is Jimmy Both. He is a patriot from around our way. He does a lot of good works with M and I. He's a good kid. We enjoy having him around.
Yeah.
He's a good, solid patriot.
What the heck's going on in Atlanta?
Oh my God, it's everywhere, Jimmy. It's everywhere.
Oh.
It's craziness.
Where's
Craziness.
I thought she was in Springfield today.
She was in Springfield today, and she left a couple hours ago. Now she's up in the city. At least she was. I don't know if she went home yet or not. We tried to get her on a live stream, but wherever she is, it's not coming through very well. So right now, us and you know the people that are on watching right now, we're just watching as things happen. Right now, one of the bigger ones.
The guy on that video from AR 2.0. You know the guy on Josh Ellis's channel. Who was that guy?
I don't know. I haven't been watching what's going on Josh's channel. You're talking about on Rev 2.0? That's what you said?
AR 2.0. I'm not gonna say.
Oh, AR 2.0.
American Revolution 2.0.
I don't know. I don't know who that was.
Hang on.
Bye, Jimmy. That's messed up. Okay, guys. So one of these live feeds we were listening to, They won't let these people out of their hotels to smoke. How messed up is that? Like if there's not already enough pressure on. All right, I'm gonna go let the volume. I'm gonna turn the volume back on because I'm kind of interested in what. Dang, what's going on? Oh, y'all don't want to look at my ugly mug no more. Hold on. So look, all these people in the middle, Washington D.C. by Millennial Millie, the little blonde girl right here. They're locked inside their hotels. They won't even let them out to smoke. What is up with that? Is that guy holding the door? My dad's calling again. Something must have happened. Hey, Dad. Mhm. Oh, yeah. No, sure not. No, right. No, you're right. No, they didn't. Mm-mm. Right. No. All right, Dad. I'll talk to you in a bit. Love you. Bye. But she ain't got someone call my parents. Why are you out there? You need to call your parents. Huh? They're not. Hold on. Look, I'm talking to them. Let me get back off so I can keep. Hold on. We'll talk about it in a minute. Okay, bye. Sorry, guys. Loud dogs. Good point. Have a good night, Jason. Good to have you on.
Out in Washington, Trump supporters held a smaller rally at the Illinois Capitol. This event stayed peaceful and organized that they want.
But I'm saying the threat of the MAGA
All right, guys, I'm going to let the stream continue to run in the background, but I want to turn this on because the House is back in session and I kind of want to know what's going on in that world. So I'm going to have that playing in the background.
Rick. And nobody, Americans are seeing this and they're saying, why?
So this is Hannity,
And I think
and
for
they've got the Senate in the background.
Peaceful protesters today, you want to understand why they're there. Yeah, the election, and yeah, these issues that also contribute to this.
Yeah, first, let me just say, Sean, thank you for having tonight's show without a commercial break. I don't know if anybody's noticed, but that is
Yeah, I'll get
very
yelled at after the show. You really had to bust me on that.
Well,
Thanks a lot. I'm going to get in trouble. Great.
Thank you for that commitment. Second of all, let's also start by saying we have to condemn this violence. It's a very sad day. We had the moral high ground by condemning all of the violence last summer and into the fall. And now we have to be very clear about condemning this violence. The other side didn't do that. They pick and choose when they condemn it. We have to be consistent. I'm very proud of the fact that we have a bunch of conservatives that have been very loud and critical of this terrible violence. Every single person should be found and prosecuted. Now, to answer your other question, I think transparency has got to be our friend. Today, we need to figure out who these people are and get to the bottom of it, just like we've been demanding transparency on the Russian collusion hoax. Washington, D.C. doesn't like transparency. They like to manipulate the process. They like to pretend that they have a little bit of information out there, and then you have partisans on both sides who come in and spin that information. We must demand transparency. Transparency in the election is going to be helpful if you want the public to understand what's at stake and whether or not the vote was real. Then you have to be able to come clean and give us the information that people are asking when they have suspicions. When we see that dead people were voting, we know that was a fact, and yet we were dismissed. And so I think the frustration that these peaceful protesters have are focused in the right direction, in that they are complaining about the process. The bad apples, the few, whoever they are, they must be found out, prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
Let me get your take, Jason Chaffetz. You followed a lot of the issues that we really never got equal application or equal justice under the law, did we, Jason?
No, you got millions of Americans who feel disenfranchised, and they've seen it played out over 4 years. They never saw Lady Justice equally apply the law. And I concur with Dan and with Rick, and I got to tell you, the violence was wrong, but it was also wrong when they were trying to tear down our U.S. Courthouses. And you know what I saw? I saw Kamala Harris out there fighting to raise money to get those people back out on the streets as fast as possible. I saw Kamala Harris fighting for cashless bail. I wonder how all those Democrats feel about it now. What happened at the Capitol Day was fundamentally totally wrong. It is more American than anything to protest, but to do it with violence and smash into the Capitol, I think is wholly wrong. And I want to find out exactly who those people are. They should be prosecuted. I'm disturbed that tonight, the last time I heard, there were only 13 arrests. There better be a whole lot more. And until you start putting people in jail for the violence on both sides of the aisle, no matter what their political persuasion, people are going to react. And the last thing I got to point out, Sean, if you want to actually have action, don't fall into the trap of Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi and think we have to federalize this. We never should be looking at Washington, D.C. for the solutions. You got to work on your state legislators and go back to your state houses. Those are the places where you have to hold people accountable. That's what the Constitution says. That's where we execute these elections. And that's where we need to focus to really institute change.
You know, Rick, the lack of curiosity, the issues as it relates to this campaign, Wisconsin, Michigan law ignored, Pennsylvania's Constitution ignored. Eyewitnesses, nobody wanted to hear from the beloved whistleblowers. No partisan observers. You know my list of we've been following all of this. No concern at all from Democrats. None. No concern at all about Hillary's dirty dossier. No concern at all about Joe's quid pro quo or vetting Joe. These are all major issues. And yet, as institutions, no Democrats spoke out against the deep state, against FISA abuse, against the dirty dossier, against some of the election issues that have come up. They don't say a word.
No, and that builds into frustration. I mean, I can tell you just from overseeing Nevada, the Clark County officials threw out a race, 158,000 votes, only about a week later to reinstate it. Nothing changed. They manipulated it twice, and there was no coverage nationally, just a little bit of coverage locally. This is the problem, is that when you are faced with an injustice and you call it out, and the institutions that you believe are supposed to do something ignore you, you create a real credibility crisis, and we have to confront that. I also want to say that Jason is right. We have to do this on a state level. Each state has to challenge on the voter integrity issue.
Well said. All right, Rick, thank you. Congressman Chaffetz, thank you. Joining us now, Congressman Andy Biggs, Congressman Waltz are with us to react to the events today. Congressman Biggs, like all Americans, we watched this small group of people. It was pretty big, but compared to the overall crowd, it was not the majority of people, or anywhere near the 99% that came with real issues to voice their complaint and peacefully protest. How did this happen, and how will it be prevented? We can't have this ever happen again.
Well, Sean, the big crowd was there to peacefully assemble, protest, address grievances to the Congress, to exercise free speech. And then you had some people who, with malevolent intentions, basically overwhelmed the Capitol Police, soared in there, and quite frankly, I don't believe that they were had any intention to further the quest that so many of us have, which is to say, let's see what went on in the election. Let's make sure we have election integrity. And those people all need to be, and you know that they can be because there's cameras everywhere around here, they need to be apprehended and prosecuted and convicted. And if that happens, then we have a chance to deter future conduct like that, because there is no place for that kind of violence. And I was on the floor when they were trying to breach the House floor today. So I can just tell you that
I am stunned that there was no preparation, knowing how many people were there, knowing that they were marching to the Capitol. I was stunned. Congressman Waltz.
Yeah, Sean, I was on the floor as well. We were debating through these issues. We heard the concerns of our constituents, and I had those same constitutional issues. But next thing I know, we can smell tear gas. There's members in gas masks. One member saw shots come through the door as we're trying to barricade it. That does not reflect that flag that I fought so hard for overseas. Doesn't reflect it at all. In those countries, they settle their disputes in the streets. In the United States of America, we settle with debate through courts and through Congress. But I'm glad you brought up the media hypocrisy. Everyone needs to tone it down. I've had media outlets call me a coward, a traitor, seditionist, and slang that kind of language when we're trying to debate constitutional interpretations of how an election should be conducted is also despicable. And finally, Sean, what do we do about it going forward? We are going to vote tonight, as Congress should. We are going to have a peaceful transfer of power, but we need to have a bipartisan commission to unpack this thing and get to the bottom of it, like what happened in 2005 after Nancy Pelosi objected to President Bush's election.
Yeah.
And the other thing too, Sean, in Florida, we fixed our problems. The states need to fix theirs as well. And Governor DeSantis, with our legislature, is moving forward on much tougher laws on political violence, regardless of your ideology, regardless of the cause that you're upset about. That's not how we operate in the United States of America. And we need to have much tougher laws in place, like we're going to have in Florida. That's why you don't see these issues down there. And that's how the country needs to move forward. And all of these people that are upset, you know, it doesn't, what happened today does not reflect, and I'm glad you said it as well, you know, the busloads of constituents that I had coming up here to peacefully protest and demand that we get to the bottom of these issues, constitutional issues that happened on November 3rd. And the Supreme Court, by the way, needs to do its job and hear these issues out and rule and not punt on these issues as well.
We better fix it, or we'll never have elections people can have confidence in. And there better be a desire on both sides to do it. This should be a nonpartisan issue. Thank you, Congressman.
You have to have confidence in a democracy. I've seen countries where it doesn't.
Right. We used to send observers to countries. Who's going to observe our elections? Thank you both. All right, joining us now, we have ACU Chairman Matt Schlapp, Fox News contributor Tammy Bruce, Salem Radio talk show host Larry Elder. Tammy, we'll start with you.
Well, look, I'm listening to your show. It's been good. It's very important because here's what we know. Every single Trump rally for years with tens of thousands of people have been peaceful, have been fun, have been productive. That is who the Trump supporters are. And then we have this dynamic of very few people. We don't know the numbers yet. It'll be adjudicated. Everybody knows we need to find out who these people are, who did something that disseminated the nature of the difference between peaceful individuals who really are Americans in the sense of wanting to have their problems heard, wanting solutions. We're hoping that would be occurring in the Congress. And what they do instead is show everyone that, you know, being Antifa, it just doesn't matter. That going and doing some violence, breaking into Congress, there's nothing to accomplish. There is nothing to accomplish. And this is, it was an insult to all the peaceful people that were there. It's an insult to everyone who has worked so hard for the president, because that is not the Donald Trump supporter. It is not the patriot. Other people misled perhaps, but this is something that we must stand up against. I know, obviously, President Trump does, and this is not what he stands for at all, or what we stand for by any means.
Larry, I got to get you with Larry and Matt. Larry.
Well, Sean, for 4 years, Hillary has said repeatedly that President Trump is illegitimate. Not just once, not just twice, but for 4 years. She said it in speeches. She said it on TV appearances. She said it at book signings. She urged Joe Biden to not concede no matter what. Good Trouble, the late John Lewis, in an interview a year before he died, referred to Donald Trump as illegitimate. Now, the majority of Democrats, 80%, believe Donald Trump is a racist. Now, when you feel that way, why shouldn't we feel that you'll do anything, say anything to prevent another racist from remaining in office for 4 more years? Did they tell Hillary to turn it down? Did they tell her to stop calling Donald Trump illegitimate? They didn't say anything. So they're part of the problem tonight.
Matt, you get the last 40 seconds.
Let's be quick. Let's get to the point. We need to pray for our country. We are divided like we have never been divided. We are disuniting, and it's very problematic when you have so many votes that were in voters who were disenfranchised due to this corruption in our election process. Nothing justifies the violence and the disrespect to the cops today. But we're at a bad moment in our country. We're going to have to figure out how we heal from here. And it starts with telling the truth about the election.
We need to get to the bottom line issues here. Every American needs faith, confidence, and integrity in our elections. That's just a fact. All right. You can't let this happen again. Let not your heart be troubled. Laura's next. See you tomorrow.
I'm Laura Ingraham, and this is the Ingraham Angle from a chaotic Washington tonight. Earlier today, the Capitol was under siege by people who can only be described as antithetical to the MAGA movement. Now, there were likely not all Trump supporters, and there are some reports that Antifa sympathizers may have been sprinkled throughout the crowd. We'll have more on that later. But the point remains, if you were a Trump supporter hoping to display your support for the president, well, today's antics at the Capitol did just the opposite. There are legitimate concerns about how these elections were conducted and in the middle of a pandemic with all the new restrictions, but that never should have lent any license to violence or other chaos. We need meaningful reform. So should we curb expansive mail-in voting or ballot harvesting and demand votes be counted day of? You bet we should. Should we end the idea of jungle primaries and a 50% threshold to avoid a runoff? Absolutely. And should we prosecute all voter fraud? Of course. But political passions boiled over today, and it will only serve to make the lives of MAGA supporters more difficult and even imperil this movement they fought so hard for. Now, I have a lot more to say on this throughout the hour. Plus, we're going to speak to congressmen who, of course, were on the Hill when this all went down. Also, we're going to speak to a video journalist who caught the moment that a 14-year female vet was shot and killed on film. Was lethal force used by the Capitol Police really necessary? But first, the curfew in the nation's capital has now been in effect for 4 hours. Congress has been resuming its debate of certification of the Electoral College vote. And that is where we begin tonight as they're beginning the votes. Let's dip in.
Charm. Mr. Langford. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Lee. Mrs. Leffler. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Portman. Mr. Reed. Mr. Risch. Mr. Romney. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sass. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Shelby. Ms. Sinema. Ms. Smith. Ms. Stabenow. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Tester. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Ms. Warren. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young.
All right, well, you're seeing the Senate voting on these, the objection to the Arizona election results. Fox News congressional correspondent Chad Pergram standing by now with some breaking news. Chad, tell us what you just learned about why Congress now might be here late into the night.
Well, it's going to take a while here because Josh Hawley, the Republican senator from Missouri, who announced first that he would object to these slates of electoral votes, indicated that he would go ahead and continue with his objection to the state of Pennsylvania. That would come up next in the mix. Let me walk you through the process here. This is the vote, as you say, on whether or not to certify Arizona. The House of Representatives across the building is still debating Arizona. At some point, they will have to take a vote as well. It was thought, after all this mayhem and chaos at the Capitol earlier today, that maybe this would be it. People would dial back their positions and maybe say, all right, we really need to all get along. Let's not have these objections. But they had to vote on Arizona in both the House and Senate because they had already started that debate. Rand Paul thought that they would pretty much call it off after that, and they would just go through maybe in a very pro forma manner and approve the rest of the electoral slate. They'd only gotten through 2 states so far, Alabama and Alaska. But House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, she said when the House came back into session earlier today, quoting now, "We will not be diverted from our duty." She said that we could not have imagined the response from today. And also, you've had a couple of senators who have switched their positions after the chaos at the Capitol today. Steve Daines from Montana, James Lankford from Oklahoma, they indicated that they were for objecting to these electoral slates. They changed their position tonight. They said, we now need the entire Congress to come together and vote to certify the election results. We must stand together as Americans and defend the Constitution. Kelly Loeffler, Republican from Georgia, who for the moment remains a United States senator, and she switched her position as well over in the House of Representatives. Kathy McMorris Rodgers, the Republican congresswoman from Washington State, who used to be the Republican conference chair, she switched her position as well. So what we're looking at right now, what we're waiting for is apparently not all 100 senators, or I should say all 99 senators voted. They're making sure that everybody who is here wants to vote, because remember, there is one vacancy in the Senate right now, the Purdue seat, which obviously that's going to flip to the Democrats here with John Ossoff. Mike Pence, the vice president, is in fact presiding. Kamala Harris, the vice president-elect, still a senator from California. She is there and she voted tonight. But what they will do, you will see the clerk turn around in a few minutes with this big, long, narrow sheet, and she will present it to Mike Pence, and he will announce the vote total. Now, in order to reject any individual state's slate of electors, you need both the House and Senate to vote no. But again, the votes have never been in favor of rejecting any state slate of electors. And that's why, certainly all Democrats and even some Republicans have thought this entire exercise has been a fool's errand here. So at some point here, probably momentarily, we'll at least get that result. And then the Senate will dissolve for the time being. And they will have to wait for the House of Representatives to get done with its debate. It takes longer to vote in the House of Representatives, certainly during a pandemic. It'll probably take about an hour there. And then you're just done with Arizona. You still have 47 other states to go through, and at least one objection, according to Senator Hawley here, who indicated that he's going to object to Pennsylvania so long as there's a House sponsor. So that's why we could be here late at night. Here's Mike Pence.
93, the objection is not sustained. The Secretary will notify the House of the action of the Senate, informing that body that the Senate is now ready to proceed to joint session with further counting of the electoral vote for President and Vice President. Majority Leader.
That's right. So, colleagues, here's where we are. We have a few more speakers now as we wait for the House to finish their debate and vote. We expect the House to finish voting on Arizona between 11:30 tonight. I ask unanimous consent the Senate be in a period of morning business with the following senators permitted to speak therein for up to 5 minutes each: Senator Toomey, Senator Rubio, Senator Collins.
And on our side, Senators Wyden, Hirono, and Coons.
Finally, following their remarks, the Senate stand in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Okay, so we'll figure it out.
The Senate being a period of morning business with the following senators permitted to speak their input 5 minutes each. Toomey, Rubio, Collins.
Wyden, Hirono, and Coons.
All right, we're going to dip back into that, but joining me now are 3 congressmen who've been in the Capitol the entire day as this day unfolded. Lee Zeldin, Mark Green, and Darrell Issa. Congressman Green, your thoughts on what we're seeing tonight and what we saw earlier today?
Laura, this was supposed to be about, the integrity of our elections and a debate, and what we wound up with was a national disgrace with these rioters who really disrupted the debate that we were going to have about the integrity of the election. It was a pretty sad day for America.
Congressman Issa, you've been in Washington for a long time and just reelected. We see this continual video loop of the breach of the U.S. Capitol, questions about how that was allowed to occur in the first place. But your thoughts on what unfolded and whether or not this ends up helping or hurting the very cause and the policies that so many of the MAGA and America First conservatives believed in?
Well, Laura, there's no question at all. This hurt the very cause that true Trump supporters and Republicans wanted heard. They wanted a genuine discussion about the improprieties of the election in many states. They disrupted that. And as we return, it will not be the same debate. Clearly will not be the same debate we were having before. So they've actually hurt the cause. It's not going to change the fact that dedicated members of the House and Senate are going to demand real election reform as a result of what we've seen here. But for the time being, we're dealing with something that hasn't happened in over half a century, this kind of attack on the House.
Congressman Zeldin, we heard from the floor tonight from Lindsey Graham, who has grown very close to the president, has been a critic of the president in the past, and tonight he said essentially he's just had it. Let's watch.
Trump and I, we've had a hell of a journey. I hate it being this way. Oh my God, I hate it. From my point of view, he's been a consequential president. But today, first thing you'll see. All I can say is count me out. Enough is enough. I've tried to be helpful.
Congressman Zeldin, your reaction to that and perhaps more people deciding that election reform is not worth pursuing tonight after what happened today?
Laura, this is bigger than the President of the United States. This is bigger than 2020. What we saw in this administration of the 2020 presidential election, rogue state actors, state elections officials, secretaries of state, courts, they usurped state legislative authority. They decided to administer elections however they see fit. And we need to have that conversation today. Today's an important debate. And for anyone not taking advantage of it on the House floor, the Senate floor, to have this conversation is a missed opportunity. And it's a misunderstanding that people are viewing this as bigger than President Trump. It's about our Constitution, our republic, our elections, election integrity. We should be having this conversation to ensure that we are addressing these issues and we're not cowering from this conversation.
Congressman Green, the idea that you can have a stable country if about, 40% of the country thinks the electoral process is unfair, deeply flawed, rigged, whatever you want to call it. It's hard to see how that holds together, especially if people all believe that they're being lumped in with however many individuals and whoever they were from, whatever groups they were from, came storming into the U.S. Capitol. How do you bring stability and calm to that situation?
Well, we can't stop talking about the issue of confidence in our elections. You bring up an excellent point, and I certainly agree with what Congressman Zeldin just said. This is about confidence. And 75 million people voted for Donald Trump, and thousands of them in my district are concerned about whether or not their next vote will really count or be undone. And that's something that we have to address. You know, state legislatures should be the decision maker for laws in each state. Executive orders passed by governors and then ruled on by judiciary, that's not the process. We have a separation of powers in this great country, and legislative branches write the laws. And that's who we should be listening to. Unfortunately, that's not what happened here. And we've got to talk about that. We've got to stop that from ever happening again.
Congressman Issa, and over at the White House reports tonight that there's a talk of invoking the 25th Amendment, and Democrats are pushing that idea. Impeachment, a rash of Trump administration officials resigning, reportedly all planned out, including among national security staff. Your response to all of this tonight?
Today was a bad day for the president. He certainly did not handle this situation the way he could have and should have to be presidential. Having said that, he's leaving office in 2 weeks. The vice president wisely pushed for and got the National Guard here. Our country is going to be well served in the transition to a President Biden. But back to what the others have said, there's no greater voter suppression than to have voters think their vote doesn't count. And we, as members of the House and Senate, we've got to reestablish for all Americans a belief that their vote counts, that their vote will not be discounted or diluted by the wrongdoing of anyone, including secretaries of state and governors at the last moment. As you know, I sued California's governor to keep his executive order from being what happened. Our legislature did act. But the reality is many states took a very cavalier approach to the election, just figuring throw the ballots out there and see what happens. And now we've seen what happened. We've had more votes in some places than there are voters, and that's just wrong.
Yeah, and those questions have never been resolved. They've never been resolved. They've just been kind of dismissed as conspiracy theories. And really quick, Congressman Zeldin, I'm concerned that the double standard that is obvious on the left and among Democrats and the media about violent protests. When we saw what we saw, continued to see in Portland, Seattle, we saw it in New York City, and Washington, D.C., and Los Angeles, Chicago, where everyone's sitting on their hands. Nobody's really coming out quickly to condemn violence. Over the summer when they were ripping down historical monuments, burning police precincts, taking over entire city blocks. And this was also considered some type of righteous protest that Trump stoked. But now we're supposed to believe that all these people are even-handed in condemning violence? I mean, you've got to be consistent across the board as we have been on this show.
Yeah, exactly. And you have been. And the double standards are really clear. And you've been talking about that silence coming from the left at Kenosha, New York City. I'm from New York State, Chicago, Seattle, Portland, and on the other side of the aisle, they had members of their conference talking about defunding the police, getting rid of funding from DHS and ICE and elsewhere. And interestingly enough, when the majority leader took to the floor today, Steny Hoyer tonight, he was comparing the people who came to the Capitol today to Al-Qaeda attacking us on 9/11. And I think that it would be a real helpful progress for them and their party to understand that there are a whole lot of Americans who feel like this government is not hearing them, is not representing them. We don't want people to take all these different matters into their own hands. I'm here in the Rotunda, which right now is filled with FBI and other law enforcement, not used to being here on a night like tonight. This isn't just about the President of the United States. This is about people on the left and their double standards that you've been pointing out, doing the right thing too, and supporting our law enforcement 365, not just when politically expedient.
Congressman, all of you, thank you so much tonight. And tens of thousands, and by some estimates, hundreds of thousands, look like to me, and look at those overhead shots of Trump supporters came to D.C. today. An overwhelming majority of them, more than 99%, had to be, were peaceful. But because of a small contingent of loons, these patriots have been unfairly maligned. Joining me now are two people who witnessed much of the peaceful Trump support is Fox News contributor, senior editor at The Federalist, Molly Hemingway, and Chris Bedford also at the Federalist. Now, Molly, obviously what we saw at the Capitol is inexcusable. I think I was one of the first people on Twitter to say the president has to tell everybody to go home and this has just got to stop. But what did you see at the rally beforehand?
It was a very long day today. It began in between the Washington Monument and the White House with hours of people gathered there rallying with speeches, people waiting to hear President Trump speak. And then after that, they marched to the Capitol. And then the Capitol was, the grounds were full, going back several blocks. It was just a massive, massive event. And I even heard some of the people talking about the importance of peaceful assembly. These were the type of people who came in from Ohio, couples in their 60s, not prepared for riots or anything like that. Or a lot of people, from Cambodia or, many people from China talking about the importance of fighting communism, not what you're seeing in some of these images of this violence. But of course, this also happened. When so many people talked about the importance of rule of law this summer, when St. John's Church was being burned, when Kenosha was being firebombed, when the Portland federal courthouse was being set on fire and whatnot, they were saying that because they care about rule of law. And they meant that not because of who's getting hurt when rule of law isn't followed. Rule of law is so important and peaceful protest is so important. And many Americans really believe that regardless of what the issue is. And so what happened today really stole from those hundreds of thousands of people who were marching peacefully and really wanting their voices heard about the importance of election integrity.
Yeah, Molly, you're right. And I remember very well, because I know this area very well in Minneapolis, when that 3rd precinct was attacked and burned. I remember a lot of the commentary surrounding that was about the underlying concern about George Floyd and the shooting death of him, the death of George Floyd and everything that happened as a result after that. So they were talking about the underlying issues that happened, and it was kind of a story was kind of over. Chris, I just mentioned last summer's riots, by the way. Now you might remember, again, back in July, that Democrats blocked a resolution condemning mob violence. Okay, it offered a statement of support for peaceful protesters and law enforcement who do their job well while condemning violence and desecration of monuments across the country. So these were headlines about how Democrats were blocking this resolution. Any regrets from any of them today, tolerating all that violence?
It's been tough, Laura, to live in the city, like we all do here, to see that over the last year, political violence has been completely condoned, that this has been allowed, that groups that attack police officers and riot and burn buildings have been allowed to have their own park named after them right in front of the White House. There's been an entire chorus from media critics and from politicians as well saying that this is justified, it's in the service of good. We have Chris Cuomo coming out asking where in the First Amendment you have to be peaceful, despite the fact that it's in the First Amendment. But I'll also tell you that going down to the march today, I could tell this was not the same feeling I got at Trump rallies. This was not the same feeling I got at Tea Parties 10 years ago, which I went to dozens of. There was an underlying anger there. And also throughout the crowd, it was visible. It wasn't remotely the majority. As Molly said, there are tens to hundreds of thousands of people walking down every one of the avenues peacefully. But everywhere you looked, you could see people who were kitted up, who were ready, who were wearing armor, who had radios, who were there for trouble. And there was a lot of folks that came up to the Capitol at first looking for a protest, and what quickly turned into something violent. And really, I was down there for hours. Very, very, very sad to see. It brought tears to my eyes, and it brought tears to some of the protesters' eyes who were there trying to be peaceful. I saw an old man look at a shattered window and say, "What are you doing? We don't do this." And it started to clear out. But there was a hardcore rabble there that were there for a fight. I'm sure they were infiltrated, but some of them were certainly supporters of the president.
Yeah. And Molly, I have never seen Trump rally attendees wearing helmets, black helmets, brown helmets, black backpacks, the uniforms that you saw in some of these crowd shots. Have you ever seen them wearing, as Chris said, those knee pads and all the pads on their elbows? I've been to a lot of these rallies. I know you both have covered them. I've never seen that before, ever.
Yeah, I haven't either. And I actually, to be honest, I didn't actually see it today either. But I did hear people talking about how they had seen people who looked like they were geared up and ready for something more intense. I have to say, too, as someone who's covered a lot of rallies and marches and protests in town, I was surprised by the relative lack of police presence there today. The first cop I saw was actually after I'd made it to the Capitol, which was hours after I first made it to the events and the functions. And so usually when you go to one of these things, you see cops at every intersection lining the streets and whatnot. It was a surprisingly light presence. I'm not sure if that just was because I happened not to see them, but it struck me as very different from what I'm accustomed to, even from the November march that was very similar, although smaller, which had a much higher police presence.
Yeah, I remember being stopped when we used to run up the Capitol steps. And then they blocked that off. If you even put a toe over that line, you'd have Capitol Police telling you, no, you can't do that anymore. They would descend on you. It's just unbelievable that people were just able to just walk right in with not that much of a struggle into the U.S. Capitol. I mean, that was just a stunner. Molly, Chris, thank you so much. But stay with me. We're going to go back to you. Joining me now is House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. Congressman, we saw you earlier tonight. Chad Pergram told us that you all are in for now a long night there. Your thoughts on how this will unfold and separating legitimate election concerns from the concerns about what happened today?
It's going to be a little more difficult with what happened today. And I will tell you what happened today was not right. It was un-American. And to me, it was the worst of America if you saw that. But what's going to happen right now is going to be the very best. We're going to go through with the Constitution. We're going to do the work that we have to get done. We're going to show that a mob cannot stop us in this process. And it's only right. I mean, and you have to understand with your viewers, this is not the first time either side has brought up after an election about voter integrity. In 2005, you heard Nancy Pelosi talk about it. Said it was the best form of democracy America was going to watch and others. And they brought this up with every Republican in modern history that's been elected president.
But Congressman, I have a quick question for you. We played that sound last night and you're 100% correct about that. The hypocrisy of the Democrats, like they always accept the results of an election, is just, it's galling. But how does this happen, Congressman? That you have, however many it was, it looked maybe like 36 people. How do they manage to bust through, get into the U.S. Capitol when you have the vice president, the House leadership, the Senate leadership, everybody's there? How does that happen? After 9/11?
It was more than 36. I watched it because of where my office sits right by the chambers. They first overtook on the west side where the president gets sworn in. Then they overtook on the east side where they had barriers. And then they rushed up the stairs. And you talk about people in these crowds that had helmets and they had ropes. They started scaling the building. People came here to do some damage. I don't know who they were with, but they came here to do some damage. What we watched, and they overran the Capitol Police in many areas. That was a real problem. When we're sitting in the chambers, people had to get locked in. There's a number of members that stood and defended the chambers that moved barriers in front of the door. Mark Wayne Woolen, Troy Nehls, Pat Fallon. It was Republicans and Democrats alike to protect within there. This, when you sit back and look, and we got FBI running through here as part like a crime scene, because whoever stormed inside our offices and ramaged different parts, they need to be prosecuted. That's wrong. That's not who we are as America.
No, it's disgraceful. And again, I want to ask a question. I don't care if it's 36 or 200. How are they allowed to get into the U.S. Capitol after 9/11 when we spent hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars fortifying the Capitol? We got barricades, we got ID checks, but we knew this big crowd was coming, right? We knew they were coming. We knew, whether Antifa was in there or not, we'll find out more. But we know that we're sitting on a powder keg right now. So it's stunning to me that as much happened as it did. And we love the police and we support them, as you know.
Yes, and what they did was amazing. But you watched them break windows. You watched them scale buildings, something that we haven't seen before. They did have barriers further away. There'll be a review of the process and to make sure this never happens again. But from one standpoint, these individuals should never try to have done this as well.
No,
That's why
of
the
course
difference.
not.
We'll continue to do our work in here and not let the mob be able to win the day. We will show the Constitution and democracy works, and we will bring up the issues about voter integrity, and we will be stronger in the end.
I know you tried to reach out to the president today. Did you have a meaningful conversation with him?
You know, as this Capitol was being overrun, I called the president and I talked to the president. I explained to him what was going on right now, and I asked him to go and speak to the American public, speak to these individuals, and tell them to stop. I know he put a tweet out right then, and then he went a short time later to do a video. I talked to the vice president, who was here at the time as well, to be able to bring the National Guard in, because as you say, we had people scaling in business. There was shooting going on. There were bombs that were put, small ones that were put around IEDs around different parts by the Capitol and by other buildings outside, political buildings. So we were able to get, when I was talking to the vice president, he called in to have the National Guard come in here because we had to be able to clean this and take the building back.
And Congressman, what can you say to Americans tonight? Well, of all political stripes, but you're a Republican. Those Republicans who feel like this election wasn't fair, that they're being unfairly, lumped in with the people who did this today, and they're really demoralized. I have my own message later in the show, but what's your message to them?
Well, they shouldn't feel lumped in. Just as this is going on, we watched what happened to our cities, to our streets this summer. I condemn that. I condemn this as well. I believe in the rule of law. That's what runs this nation, law. And from my perspective, what I see going forward, we need to solve this election integrity issue. You cannot bring people together if they do not trust what is going on in elections and others. And this hasn't started today. Back in 1993, they voted on voter registration and integrity. They're supposed to clean up these rolls. So when you have a pandemic and they send ballots out to everybody, if one person's making the decision, that's not how it's supposed to work. The law says the legislature is supposed to make these decisions. These are questions that you should be able to raise inside our chambers. That's where debate takes place. That's where it should take place. That's where the country should be able to watch us. But for all your viewers, there's also a responsibility for all of us as Americans. Let's step back and think for a moment. What did you say on social media? Can you disagree with somebody and still respect them? Respect their opinion, even if it's different. I think we've risen this question too high to too many people.
Congressman, and finally, should the president, should you urge the president to attend the inauguration of Joe Biden? Would you?
Well, I think after today, I think from an aspect of going forward, I think what's best for this nation is to unite. And any example that we can show uniting and a smooth transfer of power is what sets us apart from the rest of the world. That's a positive experience. And I don't know within 2 weeks if that can happen. Sure.
Well, I think attending an inauguration is something that most Americans expect, even when you disagree vehemently with the outcome. Congressman, thank you so much. Thanks for being here tonight. And tonight, a woman is dead after being shot during the chaos at the Capitol. Now, we're about to show you a short video of the gunshot ringing out, but not the most graphic images. Now, Fox has now confirmed that the woman killed is named Ashley Babbitt, the San Diego native, was reportedly a 14-year vet who served 4 tours of duty with the U.S. Air Force. Tonight, she's dead, killed in the U.S. Capitol. Reports that the shot was fired by Capitol Police, but we have not confirmed that. Joining me now is Taylor Hanson, who witnessed the shooting and filmed the video you just saw. Taylor, you were right there. I have to ask you, was she posing a threat that seemed like it was putting others in imminent bodily danger or physical harm?
Absolutely not. I had a conversation with her 10 minutes prior to her getting shot in the neck. She was literally there to support the president. She wasn't being violent. She wasn't breaking anything. She just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Was she trying to get through the door? I saw one picture and it's hard to make out. because it's being filmed from the back, where she was at the door, and then of course you see the video or still photos of police on the other side of the door with guns drawn. You were there, and your estimation was that a moment where this went down and that shot was fired, obviously hitting her?
I mean, so the minute the shot was fired, a supporter or, somebody that had infiltrated, he was causing a lot of problems. Prior to that, there was 3 cops standing there at the glass windows. And I watched Schumer and, the rest of Congress actually walk out. We were right in the Congressional Hall. And right after they saw him, this guy just started going berserk and punching literally right next to the cops' faces and breaking the windows, just kind of shattering them. And he was the one instigating everything. And he pulled down a piece of glass. And right as he pulled down a piece of glass, just a few seconds after, I heard the shot ring out, and I watched her hit the ground. But I mean, by no means was she, kicking any doors in or even vandalizing anything. And, even if she was, is that really?
Yeah. And you've been at a lot of these protests over the last year or so. Tell us about the difference between today and others.
Absolutely. And, it's really insane to me because, like you said, I've gone to Portland. I've been everywhere with these people. It's my job to go and act like these people, infiltrate these people. I know where they're at all times. And just what I've seen today is truly despicable. And especially the reaction. I never expected a reaction like that from, the police. I'm a huge supporter of law enforcement. I back the blue. But just what I saw today was insane. I've never seen use of force like that, even on night 100 in Portland when they were Molotoving with police officers there.
Taylor, going back to the individual you say was causing a lot of the trouble at that moment when the shot rang out. Tell me about his appearance, his demeanor. Did he seem like he had a political agenda? What was it?
I mean, absolutely. I mean, anybody that goes in there that charged up and that mad and that wants to start something has some sort of agenda. There were some people with ropes. I mean, that's an Antifa tactic. I've never seen Trump supporters pull down statues or do anything like that. But he was charged up and he was ready to go. And, he was one of the first people that attacked the officers after they had actually pushed up the Capitol building. So, he had just been causing problems throughout the entire day.
Now, when the shot rang out, a lot of us have watched the most graphic part of other video shot where she's on the ground, which is just heart-wrenching. Did she say anything? Did you hear her say anything? Did others try to render assistance to her? Obviously, the shot looked fatal from what we could see.
She didn't say anything. She hit the ground, and that's when I was filming, and I stopped filming. So my videos are split in two because I had to shine a flashlight on her to see if we could stop the bleeding. And we put our hands on her neck to try and stop it, and we just watched her eyes go wide, and there was nothing we could do.
As an American, as someone who has covered peaceful protests that have devolved into horrific chaos, including what you saw today, but with much even larger numbers in Portland and Seattle and beyond, your comments about what we as Americans can take away from this today.
We just need to learn. We need to learn to love and grow and seriously just get along. None of this would be happening if we didn't have media that spins things a certain way. We all bleed red and we're all American. We all live in the greatest country. That's all that there really is to it. We all just need to love each other.
Well, Taylor, I could not have said it better. And we need to pray a lot and hard tonight and going forward for this country. Thank you so much. And thank you for being here, doing what you could.
Of course, thank you.
Joining me now is Chris Wecker, former FBI Assistant Director, newly sworn in. Congressman Troy Nehls also joins us. Congressman, your previous experience as Fort Bend County Sheriff kicked into high gear tonight. We see you right there in the blue shirt next to the Capitol Police, talking to rioters through a broken door to the House floor there. You can see it. Now, what happened during that conversation? You heard what we just talked about with the woman who was obviously killed.
I thank you for having me, Laura. It was a very tense time. We're in session. We saw a bunch of plainclothes officers escort the speaker off of her chair. Other uniformed officers were in there securing the doors. And then just moments later, that main door, that main hallway that leads into the House floor just started being kicked in, and people were hitting it, and it was a very, very tense time. Of course, the Capitol Hill Police and some other plainclothes officers were there. Of course, I've been an old sheriff. I've been in law enforcement for 30 years. And I said, I have to do my part and play a role and protect this most sacred place. And that is, the House of Representatives.
Well, Chris, the tactics of what we saw today, what in your mind are they reminiscent of? We just saw an independent journalist give us an eyewitness account of what he saw with an Air Force vet. I mean, don't know much about her, but sounds like she wasn't posing any imminent bodily threat to anyone. She's dead tonight. They had other people in helmets and knee pads who were scaling the Capitol. What does that look like to you?
So what happened today was tragic and disgraceful. I think what you're referring to is what I saw on images throughout the day. Some of these tactics are reminiscent of Antifa, and this was foreseeable. And you would expect for them to infiltrate the crowd and try to create an incident. That's what they do. That's what they're set up to do. But I will say I was a bit shocked at how unprepared the security forces were. It looked to me like there were too few. Not enough. Their tactics seemed to be more retreat than try to secure the building, and they were just vastly outnumbered.
Yeah, well, Congressman, I asked this of Congressman McCarthy earlier in the show, and I didn't get a thorough answer. Maybe there is no answer right now. But after 9/11, you have to take your shoes off to get on an airplane. You get to go through, very stringent security, throw away your big shampoo and your toothpaste. But apparently, if you have a couple ropes and some knee pads, you can get into the U.S. Capitol. Just barge your way in. How is that? That's a disgrace, given what we've spent and what we've done to innocent Americans being security screened everywhere they go. But this is allowed to happen?
Well, listen, Laura, I've been up here for 3 days. I've been up here, though, for the orientation over the past few months. And, I feel pretty safe, walking around the Capitol grounds. But who in their right mind would have ever thought you would have had a group of individuals storm the Capitol? I mean, I was talking to the individuals, these protesters, through the door, and I was telling them, this isn't the way to handle business. We as patriotic Americans should be able to have a casual conversation with each other and agree to disagree. We need to get back where we can sit at a coffee table or the kitchen table and discuss things and have meaningful dialogue and debate issues. But it seems like we can't do that today. It just gets the hatred and the name calling and the slurs and the insults. We as Americans must do better. We should come together as all Americans and make sure that something like this never happens again. These individuals at that front door, I said, let me tell you something. What you're doing is wrong. It's un-American. Get away from this door. Get back outside, because what you're doing is not healthy. It's just, this is a black eye on this institution. And I think the world is watching what's taking place. Watch what took place today, and they've got to be like, this is embarrassing.
Congressman and Chris, we'll go with Chris on this. Chris, we watched a year of normalizing violence in the United States at every level, in places where we never thought of violence, that perpetuated night after night after night, turned into festival atmospheres. It was stunning, and now we see this today. Now, Andy Ngo, who covers Antifa, Chris, I know you know of him, independent journalist, he was there at the Capitol, right in the mix. He said, he wasn't there. He was looking at the images, of today. He said he doesn't think it's Antifa. Now, we don't know. Maybe we'll know more. There's some Washington Times reporting that indicates otherwise, but this can't be normalized in the United States from any political persuasion or any viewpoint. It cannot be normalized. And it was normalized before today.
Yeah, Laura, you've seen the extreme erosion of the rule of law across the country. And
Judah,
places
get
like Iraq, where there was no rule of law. And this is what Antifa and organizations like that want to see. They want to see anarchy. They want to see no law. They want to see lawlessness. And I don't have any proof that they were there in the crowd, but I can guarantee you that one of their goals would be to instigate incidents at a rally like this. They don't care. They're really not a left or right wing organization. They are an anarchy organization looking to foment violence and draw attention to their cause, which is anarchy. And that's what we've seen across the country for the last 18 months.
Chris and Congressman, thank you so much. Joining us now, Raymond Arroyo, Fox News contributor. Raymond, you were monitoring the media reaction to the events today. What did you say?
Laura, I want to give you a sense of how the media reacted to this mob on the Capitol that you've been talking about throughout the hour. It was revealing. Well, watch.
Look at those pictures. Have you ever seen anything like that?
The definition is to try to overturn the rule of law through force, and that is what we are witnessing.
There's something deeply wrong, and I hope we don't become one of those nations in the world that has an in-house terrorist presence, right?
It's a scary scene. No, plain and simple, it is a scary scene. Now, Laura, this same scary thing, the media depicted in a slightly different way a few months ago when they were depicting violence even against federal buildings as acceptable behavior, even a patriotic expression.
Now, too many see the protests as the problem. And please, show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
Go up. You know, there needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives. And unfortunately, there's plenty to go around.
I want to be clear in how I characterize this. This is a Muslim protest. It is not generally speaking unruly.
You know, Laura, the first thing we have to say is violence in any context for any reason must be condemned, no matter who's doing it, all of it. And the media has selectively shown indignation towards violence. It's okay here and justified, but today everybody needs to be, shot on sight. All of it is wrong. All of it is wrong. And we have to deal with it as if we're dealing with Americans. You'll remember when the president cleared out Lafayette Park, he was condemned as a tyrant because he dared to send federal troops, National Guardsmen out to clear the park. Well, today there were calls to bring the National Guard in, and we have a dead veteran lying there in her own blood in the Capitol. None of this is justifiable. We should take a moment and consider what is really happening in the country. I mean, over the weekend, I bet you didn't even read about this. On New Year's Eve, Antifa launched attacks with Molotov cocktails on 2 courthouses in Philadelphia and in Portland. We heard nothing about it, nothing about insurrection. No one in the media was even remotely disturbed. Now we're rending our garments because that hatred, that disunity has landed on the steps of the Capitol. But we should have taken note of it last year when it was in America's front yard.
Yeah, I think every act of violence against lawful crowds, against monuments, in parks, directed at law enforcement. Remember in the summer when they were spitting in the faces of National Guards, calling them every name on the, throwing bricks, bottles. And this was described as righteous indignation. And remember when all the Miracle Mile in Chicago was trashed and vans are pulling up and taking anything they want.
Fifth Avenue, Laura.
Yeah, it was called
New York.
Yeah, it was called, I believe, consumer reparations or something like that. And so it was all justified. Well, none of it's justified. It's all bad. No. And it has to be roundly condemned by both political parties. And we didn't arrive here overnight, right? Your point is a deep one. There's a cultural and there is a deeply spiritual deficit
whether they
in
should,
the country.
Yeah.
And a political class that doesn't listen.
Pisses me off.
There's something fractured in American soul there, and we're seeing the disunity, the hatred.
Yeah, you see the no votes?
Justify it using partisan excuses. No, there is no justification.
Well, there's 105 yes, but there's 73 no votes. If you took all the no votes and they actually did something, we'd have it.
Our children and the talk of people we saw today about historical monuments, the things we treasure, the monuments to who we are as a people don't matter. And if you disagree with them today, you can burn them, take them down, bash them in. No, it's always wrong. They will defy you and stop you from doing that. You should be stopped, and this violence has to end. We're bad.
This is how CNN's Jake Tapper framed.
You know, I've been pissed off and not liking Fox, but I gave him a shot tonight because I figured there wasn't really much they were going to say that everybody else is saying. But you know what? I give a lot of credit to Hannity and Laura because they both came out and said when the left was doing all this, nobody said that they should have been arrested or shot on sight or anything. But, you know, Republicans do it, and you get a little bit of Antifa in the mix to make things worse, and all of a sudden everybody should be shot on sight and everybody should be arrested and blah, 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 and I'm like...
They're appeasing to the fucking Democrats now. And you know, it's just nothing for nothing. The history books say this is what's going to happen.
Right. They knew. You know what I mean? And you know what? Someone made up a good point. You can't get anywhere near that Capitol building on a normal day. How the hell did they get past all the security, all the snipers, all the this, all the that? It was almost, Dad, it was almost too easy. It was.
They said there was no police to be found. We're not around. I heard on the radio.
Yeah, so why? Why when on a normal basis, especially like Laura said, after 9/11?
200,000 people, you would swear up and down there was gonna be, and she said she was gonna call the National Guard. Old girl did. But this is what this history books say is gonna happen. If you get socialism, the people are gonna rise against the government and take it and overrun it. And let this be the example, because it can happen again. If they don't like it, and all you gotta do, Trump is starting saying, you know what, and the people will gather around.
Well, it's not over, because I'm telling you, there's people flying out there now because they're pissed. They're pissed that instead of taking this as a warning that something needed to be done, now they're doubling down on, oh, well, we just need to...
They're talking shit about the people, like we're fucking,
yeah,
like we're fucking third world country and shit.
Yeah.
Oh man, check it out. And they don't want to fight the cops. All they want to do is get past them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The cops are not hitting them. The cops, I mean, they are, but they're not beating the shit out of them. You know what I mean? They're not talking shit to the cops.
Right. They just want past them.
Where other people were. You know what I mean?
Right. They weren't trying to hurt them.
Like the other fucking people were calling them all kinds of fucking names to their faces. They're just trying to get by them.
Yeah. Well, there's people. Yeah, there's people headed out there now because they're mad because the whole point of this was take the voting seriously, do the recounts, object to these, you know, all they really wanted, if the electors would have gone in there and objected to the states that needed to be objected to so that they had to get audited, all of this would have gone away. But instead of doing that and being responsible to the voters, now they're doubling, tripling down that they can't do that and that they're going to go ahead with the vote and put Biden in. And that's exactly what we don't want. If they would do a recount, a real honest recount, and it came out that Biden was the president, a lot of these people, they'd chill out. It would be done because they would feel as though justice was served. But the fact that they're doubling and tripling down and continue to act like this was not a fraudulent election and like the stealing didn't happen, now you got people pissed off because they're still not listening. And even people that were supposed to be representing us and said they would support the idea of getting rid of those fraudulent votes, now even they're turning coat and saying, oh no, we got to show unity, we got to do this, you got to do that. Fuck that. I don't want to be unified with lying thieves. That's the whole point.
Hey, but you would never hear them say that. You would never hear them say that.
Yeah,
you never hear them fucking trying to unify with us to do for the better. It was never for the better of the country. Now they want it for better, you know, blah. They're fucking stupid. Fuck them.
Dad, you know what? There's a few Republicans that said, we don't care what happened today. were still objecting the vote. And I was like, you know what? Whichever ones those are, I'm gonna watch. Whichever ones those are, man, you need to get reelected, because that's a lot to say, you know what? I don't care. I'm still gonna object to these elections because I know they're fraudulent. So somebody had already put in the objection for Arizona, and that's what they were voting on right now.
Hey, yes,
And
yeah. What happened with Arizona? They cut them off. Pelosi cut them off. Cut that dude off.
yes, but they still processed the objection, and that's what you just saw them voting on, was the objection for Arizona, which there was not enough on the Senate side, and I don't think there was enough on the House. So that one is still going to go through, but there's electors that said they're still going to object to other states. So I know for sure one of them said he's objecting to Pennsylvania, and I don't know about the rest. I know they objected to Arizona, and they said that they will object to Pennsylvania, but I don't know about the rest. But to those officials, I salute them. I got mad respect for them, because after all that, to say I'm still going to support my president and I'm going to do as the people of my state wish me to do and object this, that means something. That's hardcore, especially when everybody else is telling you not to do it and you're still going to do it. That's a bad jammer.
I think they gave Ossoff that fucking they just.
Oh yeah, no. Yeah, they gave the Dems both seats in Georgia. They gave it to him. They I don't even know why they had an election. They should have just said, "Too bad, so sad," because that's pretty much what they're doing now with the presidential election. Too bad, so sad. We want Biden in, so that's what's gonna happen.
That's what they want us to just accept. They're fucking cheating. The people are so stupid. They want us to accept that they cheated and they got, that's your fault. You can't overturn it. Just move on now. Just accept it. Blah, blah, blah. There's nothing. There's no here, there's no there. Just accept it, fucking, and that's it. And that's it. The people, that's what pissed the people off. Anyway, I'm gonna catch up with some of this, baby. I'll tell you later.
All right, love you guys.
They're now waiting to sync with the House, and according to our own Chad Pergram, the House vote is expected now between 11:30 and midnight. Then the joint session resumes. And we do expect objections to Pennsylvania, so we may be here all night. That's all the time we have tonight. I'm praying extra hard for the country, for peace and healing, for discernment, for good information, for context and perspective, and for a sense that we're all Americans. We need to love each other a lot more. Shannon Green, next.
This is where we stand tonight. The Senate and House are back in session at this hour, debating the certification of the Electoral College votes from each state. We are watching the number of objections. More than 100 congressional Republicans were planning to push back on the certification from a number of disputed states. But tonight, in the wake of today's tragic events, many are changing course. They've growing calls to hold them accountable for what happened today. Others, though, standing firm in their plans. The District of Columbia is under curfew. There is a heavy police presence on the Capitol grounds. The National Guard is on the scene as well.
What the hell? Quit.
He doesn't never concede or give up. President later releasing a recorded statement asking his supporters to go home in peace, but also continuing to rail against the election, which he said was stolen. President tonight facing calls to resign or be removed as we get a brand new image inside a ransacked Capitol building. The president has long today, new anger across the political spectrum of what some are characterizing as an attempted coup. And it comes after summer of violence death across America, sparked first by the death of a black man in the custody of Minneapolis police. There's also been an increase in harassment of elected officials and calls by their political opponents to go out and do just that. Well, down tonight, this is a shaken country and a nation still very much on edge with bitterly divided politics. Tonight's extraordinary events come as Democrats take both Georgia Senate seats, giving them a 50-50 split in the the White House. Palmer, welcome to Fox News at 9. I'm Shannon Bream in Washington, D.C. For Capitol Hill correspondent Chad Coker. We've seen all of this play out firsthand today. Let's check in and see what's going on tonight. See you, Chad.
Good evening, Shannon. Right now, it is the House of Representatives getting very close to wrapping up its roll call vote, voting to certify the electoral vote from Arizona. The House of Representatives voting right now. There are 12 votes in play from Arizona here. And so right now, we've only been through 2 states. So once the House of Representatives votes to align here and say, okay, Arizona is all right, then the House of Representatives takes a break. They bring the Senate back over and they go back into the session of Congress with Mike Pence, the Vice President of the United. And then you continue to go down the road. Arkansas, the next House of Representatives, we don't expect any problems there. We are expecting a challenge later tonight to Pennsylvania. Josh Hawley, the Republican senator from Missouri, who said he would contest that you need both a House petitioner and a Senate petitioner in order to trigger this separate debate in the House and Senate over individual slate of electoral votes from states. Keep in mind that this is only the 3rd time that this has ever happened in U.S. history. It happened in 1969 with one electorate in North Carolina. It happened in 2005 with Ohio's electoral slates, and then today. And we're expecting this to go late into the night here. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi took the House floor when they came back into session. She said that today was a quote, shameful assault on our democracy. She said it cannot, however, deter us from our responsibility. We always knew this responsibility would take us into the night, and we will stay as long as it takes. We must show the world that we will not be diverted from our duty. Now, something significant here to talk about, senators perhaps changing their tune. Josh Hawley said he would continue to object. You had James Lankford, Republican of Oklahoma, and also Steve Daines from Montana. They said they were, for objecting. Now they're not. Kelly Loeffler, who for the time being continues to be a senator, she switched her position as well. The Senate voted earlier to accept Arizona's electoral votes. The vote there was 93-6. The 6 Republican senators who voted to block voted accepting Arizona's vote were Ted Cruz of Texas, Josh Hawley, who I mentioned earlier, Cindy Hyde-Smith from Mississippi, Don Kennedy from Louisiana, Roger Marshall of Kansas, Tommy Tuberville, the new senator from Alabama. So on the here, we should have a result pretty soon. There's 123 Republicans who have voted to the slate. 8 Republican House members are saying, no, Arizona is okay. So joining with the Democrats, this is going to go down. 300 just a few votes on the board. So again, take a break. I'm back into the session. House and Senate meeting together, just like State of the Union, except the Vice President presiding. Continue to go medically roll and probably go into another separate debate in the House and Senate if there are objections from both a House member and a Senate member, which is what we expect.
Okay, so Jen, let's back up. Cover Capitol Hill for decades. You've seen a lot there. You know the history of the place. How would you put that into context?
We have never seen quite like this.
All right, Preacher Driver. It's just M wanted me to send the link. She's gonna pop on here too. I'm just waiting on her.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, everybody can that's watching the stream, just so you know.
Good thing I wasn't on the toilet or something.
That's true.
They were afraid that the mob was going to win. That's why they wanted to come back into session. And even though
I should have gone.
You what?
I should have gone.
Ah. All right, hold on. Here she is.
I look horrible, don't I? Huh? Oh, gosh, I heard you.
Girl, look. I'm like, almost bedtime.
All right, fuck it. All right, ignore my hair, guys. Looks kind of ratchet today, but it's okay. It's been a long day.
I'm about to say.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Pretty gnarly. I'm telling you, that's New York City.
No, I just had the stream going most of the time. I ain't even had my mug on here. I've just been widescreening having the
that's
difference
okay.
explained.
Okay, but I kind of want to get on here and kind of talk because it's kind of bullshit what happened today. Because we have seen multiple times over the summer BLM and Antifa attack federal buildings. They've caught jails on fire, for crying out loud. And they weren't
Churches.
stopped. You know what I mean? They didn't have this kind of retaliation against them. They were actually cast out by the media as social justice warriors, and those riots and looting were actually doing good. Now that we see the Patriots standing up and taking over the Capitol in a non-violent way, now it's all bad. Now they're blasting it everywhere. Everybody's going to get arrested and this and that. The left is even scrubbing all social media sites and logging all videos, all pictures, everything that is happening in DC. So it's fucked up ordeal. But did you see that they did certify the election results?
Yeah, I'm watching it right now. I got it on in the background. And look, I would just like to add to what Em just said. All summer, when all this stuff was happening, I want to remind people what the left was damaging. Okay, they were damaging people's homes, their businesses, and their bodies. Okay, they were going after the yous and me's of the world and messing shit up. Excuse my language, but that's what they were doing. They were going after everyone and everything that had absolutely no bearing on the quote unquote legislation that they wanted to change to create better social justice. Okay. Nothing to do with it. As a matter of fact, they should have been trying to work with us to try to pass whatever law, but no, instead they were going after the yous and me's of the world. Today, what happened was exactly what the Constitution implies that we should do when our government starts to overreach and are not doing what they should to meet the demands of the people. We didn't go to people's houses. We didn't go to Nancy Pelosi's and put a dead pig head on her house. We didn't go burning buildings down in Washington, D.C. No, you know what we did? We stomped our happy asses to the Capitol where we belong and told them that we will not tolerate their nonsense anymore. That is exactly what happened. We didn't kill anybody. We didn't beat anybody up. They didn't even really want to go after the cops. Even if you watch the videos, they didn't go punching at the cops. You know what they did? They tried to mush past them. They tried to muscle past them. They weren't even like trying to hurt the cops. You know what I'm saying? They were just trying to get them out of their way. That is the big difference between what we saw from the left this summer and what we were trying to accomplish today. Just saying. End rant. Back to Em.
That's exactly what it is. One thing that's really getting me is May 31st, 2020. If you guys go look this up, I really want to screen share this real quick with everybody so some people can see this and see what I'm talking about real quick. So, May of last year, this is a picture of DC. Let's see if it shows. Oh, well, you have to add it.
No, it's all right. I can get it. Hold on. Add the stream.
There you go. That was DC last year. On fire. On fire. Did they do anything about it? Did they storm the Capitol and get Antifa out of there? Did they shoot somebody? Fuck no, they didn't. Fuck no, they did not. But they did today. Why? Why was that? They were peacefully taking over the Capitol building. They weren't shooting nobody. They weren't beating the shit out of the cops. You actually seen the cops progressing up the stairs backwards. That's how scared they were. Really? You know what I mean? They're not going to run up the stairs like that.
Didn't set nothing on fire. They broke windows, which to me, our tax money pays for those windows. That's basically like saying I broke my own damn window. So to me, there's such a huge difference that is not being discussed in all of this. And to me, the biggest slap in the face is not what the Patriots did today. It's the fact that Congress did not take it seriously and say, hey, wait a minute. Why are all these people so mad? Oh, it's because we didn't appropriately audit elections in states where there was obviously fraud done. If it wasn't going to change the election, why did it matter if you audited it anyway? Audit the damn thing so you could tell us, hey, look, we did everything in our power to make sure that this was a fair and just election. Here you go. Here's the information. Now shut up about it. And we would have. But the fact that they really didn't want to do that to us says you have something to hide. And that's the problem.
Yeah. Oh, and now DC police chief is saying 14 officers were injured today, including 2 with serious injuries. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. I don't think it was right though that they went in. The military police and all them were pointing guns from the floor at patriots through the window. You've seen some of the pictures earlier. It's gnarly. That lady, that's something I don't understand either. I'm not looking at it like these people are actually educated. They hold jobs. They have families. They are not leftist extremists and Marxist people. These are citizens, we the people. And they finally got fed up. You know what I mean? What got them to that point? That should be what the question is. Not what the hell they're going to do now. You know what I mean? It's a fucked up situation that played out today.
And y'all can't tell me it's not sus as hell that on a normal day, you can't get anywhere near that Capitol building. You step a toe wrong on those steps and you've got swarms of police and this and that's on you. And there were all kinds of people all over DC today saying there was not a cop in sight for the longest. And I know from being out in DC weeks ago, that definitely was not the case while I was there. Why all of a sudden were there less cops? And how all of a sudden did patriots manage to get into a building where normally, there was snipers all over the place. They couldn't, there were suddenly not enough police officers available, blah, blah, blah. It just don't make sense. And I would like to also add, this kind of makes me wonder what the president had going on. So the president, when first asked if he was going to bring the National Guard in, because there already weren't enough cops there, which is sus, he said no, they were still debating it. There was enough time for these people to get into the Capitol building, go through the offices of the congressmen, make it out with Pelosi's emails and Lord knows who else's, because we have no idea what information they took out of those offices. And it was only once they got out and it was confirmed that they had at least Pelosi's emails, then it was okay for the National Guard to come in. What were you looking for? What do they have now that they did not have before, that they waited all that time to make sure that they got into those offices, and it was only after they were in the office and done back out again, then they decided to let in the National Guard. Call me a conspiracy theorist, but I mean, when you think about it, that's kind of sus.
It is. And how were all the streamers at the exact point at the Capitol when they stormed it? I don't know if you just seen that video.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and Em and I also know they have wave shakers out there all the time. A majority of the time, people will tell you all over Freedom Plaza that you can't live stream, you can't get data out, you can't do this, you can't do that. But conveniently at the Capitol building, there were live streams that were going through everywhere. I had them on all day. Y'all saw, I had live streams from the Capitol building running all day. And the only time I ever got them pulled down was when we started talking about something that was a bit too conspiracy theorist for their liking. And then somehow magically, conveniently, my streams went down. But other than that, they weren't even shaky.
Yeah, and that's a fucked up thing about it. Definitely a fucked up thing about it. And you've seen it for a while, protests to protesters. We see it. When protests to protesters first started, I guess, kind of taking off, I wasn't being shadow banned. Because protest to protesters sounds like a leftist. It really does. So Twitter and all these social media things had thought that it was literally a leftist. Well, after started getting involved in some election stuff, well, that obviously changed. And it seems like now they shadow ban us. What we had only 21,000 views last month. In a month, we went from 2.3 million to only 21,000. Yeah, no. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's something wrong with that. Yeah, definitely something wrong with that. All right, let me. What do you really think about this facial recognition software that the Washington Post was sharing about? Do you really think that's true?
Oh yeah, they've been using facial recognition software for years and years and years. Actually, they were using it even before the Patriot Act went through back in the early 2000s. But the Patriot Act gave them legal precedence to use it. That's why Snowden got in so much trouble, because he outed him for using it before there was even any legal precedent. Yeah, that shit's been around. They've been using it a long time. And I know because of my background that it is a real thing, because even now today, employees can get security cameras put in where it can do thermal reads and facial recognition on their employees. So if an employee says, oh, I was there, I clocked in, blah, 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 it can actually go through. And at the time that they said, it'll go through and it'll look and it'll recognize that person's face and be able to confirm or deny if it was that person at that time that clocked in. Yep, that's some real shit.
Right. Hey, this guy nailed it with this one. He said, reminder that our nation's capital looked like this at the beginning of summer, and most Democrats' media shrugged it off as mostly peaceful protest. When the Capitol was on fire, it was mostly peaceful protest. Today, it was an act of terrorism.
Yeah,
that makes sense to you? Like maybe they should have caught it on fire, and then that would be a peaceful protest towards progression in society. Or maybe it would be happy for Antifa and BLM and the Marxist media, so they would actually say it was something. You know what
the problem is? The problem is they didn't tag the Capitol with anarchist signs and have pig heads on spikes. They were missing that.
Right. You're probably right. Making fucking piñatas of Trump to hang around. You know, maybe that's what it was supposed to do. Like,
yeah. They just, they didn't have the right kind of, accessories, like the Trump piñata or the pig heads, or there wasn't enough spray paint. Not enough fire, obviously. Definitely not enough fire. Because Lord knows you gotta have a lot of fire if you're going to have the right kind of peaceful protest.
Right. And then something else that really bothered me today is Twitter threw Trump into Twitter jail. Well, Twitter timeout for a while, because that he was promoting civil unrest and violence in DC. But it's really funny. They don't ban the China government, people in Venezuela, Iran, Turkey, and all the other foreign countries that sit there and post about actually attacking our government. They don't ban them, but they ban Twitter or ban Trump. Does that make sense to you? The communist China can sit there and make a post about working with Biden and paying for top security information. But then Trump says something about standing up for our rights and it's flagged.
I think people need to understand something about this. We are not the terrorists. We are the patriots of this. We believe in the values of our Constitution. But people want to call us third world countries. Let me tell you something about third world countries. Third world countries have some of the greatest resources in the world. Africa has some of the largest fresh water deposits in the world, okay? The Middle East has some of the largest oil deposits. South America has some of the richest and fertile soil left in the world. And all of these are ones that you would consider third world countries. You want to know why they're third world countries? You want to know why? It's not because they don't have the capability of using their products and becoming rich. It's because big countries like the United States and the Chinas and the Russias of the world that control the money and therefore buy off their politicians, they want to keep them poor. They want to keep them as third world countries. Why? Because then we get their products cheap, okay? Third world countries doesn't necessarily mean that these people or that this land does not have value. That means that they're being exploited by larger countries, okay? These people are fighting for their livelihood because they have value. And that is what the United States is doing. Get it through your heads, people. We are fighting because we have value, because our country and our livelihood is precious, and we believe in the freedoms that we were born to, and we believe that anybody that comes to this country the right way legally deserves to have the same opportunities that we were born with, period, end of story. Boom.
You nailed that one. Definitely nailed that one there.
Yeah, but people don't want to hear that about third world countries. They just want to make them sound like they're bad places. Well, they're only bad places because bad people run them. Dude, look, I got these crazy ass dogs all over me. They just want to lay on me whenever. It's nuts.
Definitely.
The camera hogs, that's what it is.
North office building, so we have a balcony that overlooks the Capitol, and we spend good part of the day watching the events unfold outside.
So 4 people died today. 1 was shot, and 3 died of medical emergencies.
With good intentions, they demanded that their voices be heard. It felt like their voices weren't heard. Didn't matter on election.
And you know what I want to say to that? None of them died, technically. None of them died from protesters. One was shot by a cop, and the other one, that was a natural circumstances that happened that they could have died anywhere. Anywhere in the world they could have died if medical attention did not get to them soon enough. It could have been in their car. It could have been in their house. It could have been picking up their mail from the post office. You don't know necessarily what happened to them. It just says medical emergency. So that could happen anywhere. Now, these riots, the riots that happened this summer, we had people who were killed by protesters. We had people who were killed because protesters started fires and did all kind of crazy shit. We had cops that were murdered, citizens that were murdered, rape, violence, burglary, all strong arm robbery. All these things went up to and including drug charges. All of these things happened because of the riots and the damages that were done this summer. But you didn't hear not a single Democrat try to, defamate those kind of people. But they sure did come after the Patriots today. That caused none of that to happen.
And no, that video I just shared on Facebook of the lady being Assassin's Creed is not me. Trust me, I wish it was. You might see me do some shit like that. If things keep going like that, I know how to parkour and land on my feet. So you never know. But somebody shared it with me and said, "Is this you?" So I had to share it with Facebook because it was like an amazing moment when she jumped on the car, grabbed the thing, and swung like that. I just felt like
I told Em that lady was either genetically altered or on drugs.
Yeah, who knows? But that was an amazing video. I was just like, yes, the world is coming to an end. Next, we're going to be hearing the purge sound.
I'm honestly surprised it didn't happen.
Right.
I really am.
Just gnarly. This day has definitely been shocking. Definitely go down in history. I know it was definitely really cool getting on the news today. I know a couple of them might be playing my shout out to the women at Logan and Decatur. Let's hope they do. I'm actually watching the news right now. So I hope they do. If they do, you'll hear me go, yay!
Yeah, I was really excited about that, and she did an amazing job, as well as all the other people who showed up in Springfield today. That was such a huge blessing. There was so many people that showed up. It was awesome to see. And we are still going to be in Chicago this Saturday on the 9th at the Jay Pritzker Pavilion. Y'all, we're going to be there, and then we're going to be in Schaumburg on Sunday. So bring on the party.
Absolutely, guys. Absolutely. I know it's going to be fun this weekend. Hey. They're at, like she was saying, that's JB Pritzker Pavilion at 1:00. Definitely know it is going to be safe. CPD is going to be there to make sure that there is no problems. There is going to be no counter protesters there causing any issues. It's going to be safe. As you've seen in Springfield today, everybody stayed peaceful and happy. And honestly, there was really no problem with Washington, if you want my opinion. It's just the media misconstrued it. So I definitely think that it's something we will see happen more often, actually, all across the country, because patriots are getting tired of the shit. Like, what are we supposed to do? Sit here and let Antifa go storm the Capitol and burn it down? Maybe get some voices there? And one thing that I really wish people would look past the politics and look at BLM and Antifa are attacking the government to get change. We are going towards the government to guide and get change. Why can't we find a mutual thing there to go against? You know what I mean? Because we need to drain these swamps. And if we can't get enough people woke up on our side and get them active, we're not going to get anything done. But if we can get the left to slowly see that we as patriots aren't the problem, it is the society, it's the government and the system that is the problem, and that are actually against us too, then maybe we wouldn't be fighting each other so much. You know what I mean? Yeah, Antifa, fuck Antifa. That's not who I'm talking about right now. I'm not talking about Antifa. I'm talking about like Good Kids Mad City that are going out in the community and doing good stuff. Willie Wilson, who goes out in the community and does good stuff. There's plenty of organizations that do good stuff that are being broadcast as being bad, and they really, aren't. Just like today, the Patriots are being told that they were bad for storming the Capitol. They're not fucking bad for storming the Capitol.
No.
If they're bad, then we need to say BLM and Antifa are bad for when they did it in May of last year.
Yeah.
So,
no, nobody said the Tea Party was bad. Jimmy.
Hey, Jimmy.
My friend's aunt was the one that was killed today.
Oh, buddy. Sorry to hear that.
Well, she died for her freedom.
She did. Died for a good cause.
4 dead now in D.C.
Yep. 3 died of health
All my
issues.
friends from high school are calling us terrorists now.
You know what, though? The problem with young people, though, is it's hard to make them understand if they're not being directly affected. And right now, young people are not what you would be considered directly affected because they're not living outside of their own means, and they're not feeling the pressures of basically adulting in a world where socio-communism is taking over, So it's hard for kids who aren't raised to understand and, respect those kind of personal freedoms, how hard it is once you lose them.
You're absolutely correct about it.
Yeah.
And you know what's really fucked up right now? We thought 2020 was bad. We are into day 6. Day 6? Wait a minute. 2021 to 2020, hold my beer. Let me show you something. Because, holy fuck. Jesus.
You know what, though? I'm looking at it like this. If 2020 was the year of the anarchist, then 2021 has certainly been marked as the year of the patriot because they're coming out and saying we ain't playing no more.
Right. Welcome to 2021. Like I've been saying to everybody, welcome to 2021, because this is when we have to win. We have to stand up and take our country back because clearly they don't give a shit about us. No. They're willing to promote BLM and Antifa burning our country as peaceful protest. But then when the Patriots actually go in peaceful protest, they're an act of terrorism. Like, this shit makes no fucking sense to me. No sense. That's why I will sit here with my fuck Antifa little hoodie. I wore it for a good reason today. But,
Do you know if they're even still doing it Sunday because of what happened today?
Hell yeah.
No, people will still be out there.
Hopefully Remy and all those other guys are good.
Oh yeah, everybody's fine. Everybody will definitely be fine.
Yeah, they took down the video on YouTube from American Revolution's channel. They claimed it violated company standards.
Yeah, that's why I was going to start labeling my videos puppies and kittens and rainbows. I thought that might work because they don't like when we speak the truth. So maybe if I said angry puppy bites a flower, maybe they won't take it down. Or monkey steals ice cream cone from old lady or something like that. You know what I mean? So then they're not like, oh, this is voter fraud material, I'm going to take it down. Or this is patriots. No, it's a fuzzy monkey taking an ice cream cone from a lady. You know what I mean? So maybe that's what I need to start doing. Because we get shadow banned too. And I've been trying to figure a way around getting shadow banned. That might be a way to do it.
Jimmy, you muted yourself.
Yeah, I was just taking care of something on the computer. But that guy in the video, I think I've seen him before. I don't know why I recognize him.
Hey, Jimmy, check the task force.
First, there is, of course, an area for peaceful protest and exercising your free speech rights, but they don't have a right to use violence. You don't have a right to try to assault federal officers.
All right.
Cool. All right.
They're still out there? I thought there was a curfew.
They're supposed to be, but you know.
Kenosha all over again. They aren't enforcing it.
Yeah. But you know what? Some of it I think is that they know they can't to a certain extent. You muted yourself.
Oh, my bad.
There you go.
Yeah. I was just looking at some of the positive pictures today. Since everybody's stuck on this negative Nancy bullshit, I'm gonna bring us back to some positive Polly. So, you know, we always have Patty Ann, one of our favorite patriots out here every weekend with us. She made the cover of New York Times today. Way to go, Patty. You were standing there looking beautiful as always. There is millions of patriots behind you, girl, and you were there with your cowboy hat, your Trump gear on, looking all cute. So whenever you get some time, I really want you to check out that article because you made the front page of the New York Times today, girl, on a positive note. So that's definitely something I want you to cherish because that is super awesome. And then there was a lot of other videos of, okay, so you guys know that the cops kind of got into it and everything. You see patriots actually helping the cops. You know what I mean? They were actually getting them up off the ground when the few that busted through the gate went through. The actual real patriots helped those cops. And we're standing there taking pictures and selfies with them. I'm going to share some of the pictures, but they're literally standing there with the police taking selfies in front of the Capitol and right there in the doorway of the Capitol and on the stairs. And it's really crazy. And then another really cool picture is right there in the stairway going up. You see the picture of George Washington in the boat coming across. And there is somebody with a Trump flag standing there. And it is one of those pictures that will be for the record books. It definitely will. So if I can add some of these to the comments. I don't think I can. Can I add photos to these comments? I don't think so.
I don't know. Not directly from your stream. You would have to go out to where people are commenting, and I think you can put it in the comments as a person, but not as a streamer, I think. I'm not sure how that works, to be totally honest. Oh, but I do want to comment on something that you just said, Em, that this is very important, and I want people to understand. So at least the people that are going to go back and watch this later. So look. There is a difference between the Antifa that was there and the really, really pissed off patriots. I've had a lot of friends that came on and they were like, those were not Antifa. Those were pissed off patriots. We're doing this. We're doing that. There's a difference. There were some legit pissed off patriots there that I know they wanted to make it into the Capitol building. They wanted to be able to say that they stood there and they stood for our rights and our freedoms. There is a difference between those people and the Antifa that went in there with the specific intention of doing things to humiliate Congress, to change their minds and make Republicans that would have stood for us turn table and go inside with the Democrats. And that was done. There were specific things that Em and I went and looked through and we were like, damn, that dude's Antifa. That dude's Antifa. We've seen him before at protests. He's Antifa. So there is a difference. I will not take anything away from my fellow patriots. They were there for a purpose. They stormed the Capitol for a purpose. But what they did when they got inside the Capitol, there's a difference between what our real patriots did and what some of those Antifa did with the specific intention of causing bad trouble, not good trouble. So that is where you got to know the difference.
So the guy, I don't know if some of you guys have seen the picture of the man hanging like this behind Congress. This is the man with his mask down. He has an
Yeah, you can see it.
Okay. Is that a patriot to you?
No.
No, that's Antichrist. That is Antichrist all day. I don't have the picture right here, but somebody also said that he had that same hand symbol that other guy had too. So tell me how that is. And they hang up from that? I mean, I'm 100% for that. Let's go take fucking Illinois Capitol, but the right way. You know what I mean? We are going to stand there. I'm fucking tired of it too. I get it. I fucking get it. You don't burn shit. We didn't burn shit today. The Patriots didn't burn shit. They didn't loot shit. That's the right way to do shit. Not go about the way you seen in May of last year where they actually caught the fucking Capitol on fire. Well, outside the Capitol building. Sorry, let me correct myself there. But literally, what was it? May of last year, I think is what that said.
Yeah. And again, I digress to the point that I made. Last summer, people were burning and damaging private property and private businesses. That Capitol building is not private property. That is public property. Our taxes pays for that motherfucker. Excuse my language, but I'm very heated about that. If I want to walk up in the Capitol building and my dollars are what pay for it, I don't care if I want to break every leg on every chair. My dollar paid for that chair. We went where we were supposed to go when we want to make adequate change. People need to understand and respect that. Patriots did what patriots are meant to do. We didn't go to people's houses and do that shit.
Mm-hmm. No, you didn't.
I don't know why we're watching a random car.
Yeah, we're watching a car. Oh, looks like we got the cops moving.
Hey, I'm gonna screen share something real quick from Twitter. Because I like to share all this good news, and it's pissing me the fuck off. And I feel like ranting about it too. So like I was saying, you know how the media likes to distort everything that's going on. Right here, you can see U.S. Capitol attack. Keep in mind, last May, they did not label what BLM and Antifa did to the Capitol as an attack. They labeled it as peaceful protests. But anyway, U.S. Capitol attack. Pro-Trump rioters storm Capitol. Woman is shot dead by police. 3 died in medical emergencies. Probably be COVID deaths. 14 police were injured, 2 seriously. 2 pipe bombs were found at RNC and the DNC. 52 were arrested at or near the Capitol. Growing calls to remove Trump, and then Congress secured back in session. Clearly, what happened is being controlled by the mainstream media, and the way that people are ingesting it is being controlled by the media. Because back in May and back in Minneapolis and Kenosha and everywhere else, what do they always label those demonstrations as?
Peaceful protests.
Peaceful protests. What always happens at those peaceful protests? What happens at them?
They light shit on fire.
They light shit on fire. They throw shit at cops. They knock Bob out, who's defending his business. They terrorize citizens. They hurt the young and the old. They burn businesses, car lots down in a peaceful protest. But today, patriots peacefully stormed the Capitol and are being labeled as terrorists in an attack on the Capitol. How the fuck does that make any sense? Any sense? Like, that's all fucked up shit that the mainstream media is sitting there and pushing to people. And Trump tries to say this over and over and over and over in his speeches. Almost every time he gets on the mic, he is always talking about the media. And that is why you've seen what the media did today to everybody. You see it. Every patriot that was there today is being told that they're a fucking terrorist that attacked the U.S. Capitol. How? Right?
And I'll tell you what, to all those turncoats out there, I still love me some DJT. Donald J. Trump is your president, whether you like it or not. He is still my president, and I still support him. The only reason that he told people to go home is because he was being pressured to do so because he didn't want people to get hurt. Think about it. If he'd have told you guys to keep going on at the Capitol, go here, go there, eventually they were going to rise up and somebody was going to end up getting hurt worse. You know what I'm saying? Or the National Guard or somebody was going to come in and blah, 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 and people were going to get hurt worse. He told you. He said it flat out on the tweet. They stole the election. We know they did, which as of right now, they did because they're trying to confirm it. We need to go home because we made our point that we got to do it. We have to do something else, He's trying not to get people hurt. I respect my president for that.
What the hell is that? That's happening in DC right now? See that?
I can hear Pence's beautiful voice, though.
I don't know.
It's back on now.
15 more days of this state of emergency in DC.
No.
This is going to continue until the inauguration.
Yeah. Yeah, this looks like this just came across the TV in DC.
Hmm.
Some will
stay and some will go.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Arkansas?
They're getting now. What the hell?
Alphabetically there. The challenges to Arizona's electoral college votes.
Super crazy. Oh, stop playing.
That is super crazy.
So back to Arizona, Congressman. Thank you for staying with us, Congressman. I know you were sort of.
Early.
People are resigning?
Oh yeah.
Oh no, that's not good.
Transparency devolved into something where there were those who clearly had intended and planned harm.
I was very surprised to be honest with you, Shannon. We were right in the middle of the debate, and I was listening to the debate intently because I was kind of working the state because I'm from Arizona very closely. And then when we heard the commotion, and it seemed to be far off, but it kept getting closer. And then you hear some bangs, and they say that there's tear gas, and so get your gas mask. And you say, well, this is really.
I wonder why Trump went to Texas.
Next to the debate, so it was very, unsettling.
He's in Texas right now.
Yeah, he's in Texas.
Maybe they're gonna try to do that secession. Maybe they're like the
Insurrection Act. Insurrection Act. You think?
It's possible. At this point, I was ready.
Dang it! I don't even have my. Well. Yeah, honestly, I don't know how they easily got in. I'm surprised.
Yeah, with all the snipers and everything around, I've watched a lot of video, and normally I would think there was a lot more cops there, but I don't know. Kind of glad they did though, because the truth's coming out.
Yeah, scroll up out that E4. The E4.
Yeah.
That is usually used if there's like a nuclear strike in the country.
Well, that's what he flew in to Texas. Or something.
They call that Operation Looking Glass.
Okay.
That is usually used when there is a if there were to be a nuclear attack on the country, they would use that aircraft to coordinate military operations.
Yeah, I don't know nothing about it. I just know it says he went to Texas and I don't know. They did say Texas one is the one that was going to secede from the Union first.
We'll find out.
You never know.
Biden's probably just in his basement right now.
Yeah, sniffing fucking Lori Lightfoot while eating a hamburger with fucking J.B. Pritzker.
Yeah, Pritzker's like, Trump should be impeached.
Yeah, from the guy who's facing criminal charges himself for being a fucking derelict politician, talking shit about Trump.
He's probably in Lake Geneva right now.
Probably.
Well, probably in Florida.
Possible.
He ain't gonna want to come back to this state with all this shit going on. Maybe, who knows?
He's probably scared we come after him too.
The governor of Georgia, Brian Kemp, has extended his ability to deploy the National Guard. He said that he condemned the violence in Washington.
The Georgia militia members gathered at the state capitol today and demanded that something be done about the voter fraud. I didn't know that. Good for them.
That's awesome.
Oh, dang. How is Biden already in the lead with the Electoral College? I thought they were rejecting.
No.
Tensions have been high in Georgia. Two bitter runoff races for control of the Senate.
I feel like Pence always wears that blue tie. But oh boy, what a day.
I like how Kelly Loeffler stopped supporting Trump once she realized she wasn't getting that Senate seat.
That always good.
Still waiting for that stimulus.
Me too.
Yeah,
That
we're
was
gonna
really
wait.
mine.
All right, I got a text from people in my conservative group at my local community college, and they said martial law army is still the only hope.
I think it's funny that we have to resort to such extreme measures when it would have been so simple to fix this by saying, hey, guys, if you as the American people are so skeptical of this election, let's just do an audit. If you've got nothing to hide, we'll just do the audit.
Yeah, that's what I don't get. How could a 47-year career politician who basically hates minorities and has a record of hating minorities get the most votes than Obama?
We all know he didn't.
No,
And
he
that's
didn't.
part of the problem.
No.
We all know he didn't.
Most of the people I talked to that voted for Biden are just anti-Trump people. They didn't even name anything positive.
So Trump is in Abilene, Texas at the National Defense Command Center. So while Congress is on Capitol Hill committing treason surrounded by the military is helping them by the orders of Pence. Keep in mind, Trump didn't order the National Guard. It was Pence. Okay. Trump is in Texas at the command center waiting. You think if the military didn't have his back, he would be there? He escaped Washington on an AF-1, which we pointed out. The Secretary of Defense is just letting this play out. They're all right. They have to go through it. You have to commit the crime to be convicted.
I mean,
Correct?
even the Pentagon is refusing to give Biden information.
Yeah, that's true.
Because earlier today, I saw that the Pentagon rejected the National Guard to come to the Capitol at first.
They did.
And then,
And I'm still thinking that was so they could get shit off those computers.
yeah, they'll wonder why they went up to Nancy. Well, I guess they found Nancy Pelosi's hair appointment.
That's funny. Don't clap. Do not clap, Congress. It is not cool that you got these people to not object to the vote. That's not, no. There's nothing clappable about that.
Like, yeah, Congress were just freaking out like a bunch of children when they were coming in earlier. They were like, what's going on? Even Brad Schneider was crying.
They're all a bunch of ninnies.
You're idiots.
Every last one of them.
Hey, so I wonder if there's body cam footage on all those cops involved today and whoever shot her.
Oh, I'm sure there is. Oh, what kind of WikiLeaks did I just get sent? I just got sent some WikiLeaks. What did I get sent? Afghan property, Barclays tax, blood and honor, blah, blah, blah. Clinton emails.
That's that same one I sent you a few months ago.
Oh, okay. Hey, did I send you that voice recording that I got sent earlier today? Talking about how they broke down how they stole the election?
Hold on. Because you know something? The last anytime there is a shooting or anything, they go fucking wild. Both ass wild. Over the body cam footage and CCTV footage and documents about the crime scene and what the police officers are doing and everything else. We need to do that. We really need to do that. And we should be able to kind of do that because there are people that are working on our side around there.
All right, I got an update from Kenosha. So far, there's nothing. Kenosha's quiet tonight.
Good.
I follow Kenosha County Scanner. It's my friend's page. I paid to be a supporter, and I get special access to stuff. But Kenosha's quiet. I don't think anything's gonna pop off.
No, Kenosha's done. There's too much other shit going on right now.
Yep. Uh-oh. Biden's got 108.
He's gonna get it. They're gonna certify him as the president. They've already said so.
Technically, he already is certified as president-elect, so I know something's coming.
Yeah, it definitely ain't over till it's over. They think it's over, but I have a feeling that there's a lot of angry, upset people out there that are not going to let this go so easy. And to be quite honest, I don't blame them. I'm one of them. I don't agree with this.
I mean, I haven't heard anything about Sunday yet, if they're even still having that rally, but I don't know.
Schomburg and the one at the Chamber of Square, that'll still happen. It'll happen.
Who's this guy? I don't know. Who's the green tie? I like how everybody else is wearing a mask, but Pence is like, no, not for me.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I know that there were some pre-election challenges in some states. I know Pennsylvania is one of those.
Yeah, well, that's pretty interesting. That the VP's only in DC, but the president isn't. I wonder how he was able to get away today.
On a plane?
Yeah, I don't know how was he able to get away? Wouldn't he have to go through like a motorcade or something through like the city or something?
No, DC, dude, you gotta understand. DC is a maze of these crazy escape route after escape route after escape route. They've got some contingency plans on top of contingency plans on top of the double contingency plan.
Yeah, this is all militarily planned out. This is all done on military.
And all of those buildings, like, they've all got bunkers. There's supposed to be different underground tunnels all through Washington, D.C. that get you from one place to another. They got, like I said, the bomb shelters. They got bunkers. They got this. They got that. I mean, they probably press some crazy Men in Black button somewhere, and he goes through a George Jetson to a damn plane for all we know.
Yeah. But yeah, all that information is classified about.
Mm-hmm. I'm just saying, though, all that shit, all that imagination, all those ideas, they come from somewhere. There was a day where when we were kids, we were watching George Jetson playing on some little handheld telecommunications, having all kinds of crazy things pop up, and you thought that was some space age shit that would never happen. And now look, we do all that same shit on one little phone. So before anybody tells me I'm crazy because I said a George Jetson tube, I would just like to remind them George Jetson had cell phones before we knew what a cell phone was.
Mm-hmm.
Bring me back in here too, because I know that in reading some of your notes and your thoughts on what's going on with the Trump administration, you say that he didn't do it because he made people cheat.
All right, guys, I think I'm calling it quits for the night because I'm tired and I got to be up at 5, so I'm gonna.
That definitely works. I was just playing on my phone. It's been a long day. I haven't had much time on my phone, so.
Yeah, so, all right. I'm going to check the live streams tomorrow if they still got shit going on across the country. You know what I mean? We'll just keep the lives up tomorrow, keep it going so people can see what's going on. And just keep up with the story and keep doing our rallies and stuff. You know, this doesn't end just because of what happened in DC. You know, we got a lot of work to do, guys.
We definitely do. We definitely do. So we will see you guys on Saturday at the JB Pritzker Pavilion at 1:00, and then Sunday for our Sunday Fun Day event on the corner of Golf and Meacham from 12 to 3. So if you don't see us before then, we will see you then. You guys have a good night.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye, y'all.